Welcome to the Modesto City Schools Special Board Meeting of December 14th, 2019. This meeting is now called to order. I'd like to refer anyone who needs translator services to my left. Ms. Paula Valbuena is our translator, and she can offer some services in Spanish if anyone needs it. This meeting is being videotaped and recorded. You can view the video of this meeting or past meetings on our website. The first item on our agenda is the consent agenda. So I'm looking to see if we have an approval or if we have any changes.
So,
What's on consent?
Madam Chair,
If you have a change or anything you would like to pull, this would be a time to let us know.
that,
Any of the ARs, I'm sorry.
I have them, yes. So I have ARs, can you hear me?
Can you guys hear it? Yes.
Okay, so I will say them.
Okay.
There's 7 of them.
Okay.
AR 5131.41,
Okay. Should I?
5141.21,
Mm-hmm.
5141.27, 5141.3, 5144.2, 5148, just that, and then 4118.
Okay. Are there any other ARs that we would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Charlene?
4118 is on the last page. Pulling to discussion.
Charlene?
Yes.
I've got a comment, not that I need to have them pulled, but on several of the ARs in the 4030 section, we just need to have someone do a word search and change out personnel for HR. There are a couple of places that we just need to update the wording. So
Okay.
just a simple word search and replace would take care of that.
Replacing,
The word, I think it was assistant superintendent personnel
okay,
with,
changing the title.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Brown. So AR 5141.21, we'll be putting those with the board policies that we're discussing, so that will become B22A. 5131.41 will become C5A. 5141.3 will become B25A. 5141.27 will become B24A. 5144.2 will become C11A. 5148 will become C12A. And 4118, which is on the last page, will become D7A.
Would you do me a favor and repeat the last, you said 5144.2?
Yes.
Did you say that correct? Okay.
Will-
And then 5148, you said that, yes. Okay.
Do you need me to repeat those?
No, I think it's okay. There was one that you added a 7 on the end. Oh, I see it. Okay, never mind. I see it.
Okay,
Okay, I'm good.
thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to an item that is on the consent agenda? Okay. So do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda with the items that we have pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Was moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Lopez. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay and raising your hand. And hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. At this point, do we have any questions from the board? Any comments from the public? Comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll ask for a recommendation. Sorry, it's on my agenda after we approve it, so. We can just go down to discussion items. So the first item on the agenda will be approval of first reading of proposed draft of board policy 0510, the school accountability report card.
All right. I am Ryan Reynolds, the Director of Assessment and Evaluation. Good morning. Happy Saturday to each of you. Board President Marks, Vice President West, Dr. Noguchi, Cabinet. I am here to talk about Board Policy 0510, which relates to school accountability report cards. These report cards are not new. We produce them each year annually, but this board policy is new. And so if you've had a chance to look at it already, we plan on using the recommended gamut language. It was very clear and a concise summary of the education code and the requirements involved for school accountability report cards. And again, these are documents that we produce annually, and they range on everything from contact information for the district and school, opportunities for parent involvement, safety plan, facilities, teacher credentials and misassignments, textbooks, expenditures, services, professional development, and all sorts of information to notify the public of what's going on at our schools. So we also publish these on our school websites and notify parents that they can receive a hard copy if they wish, and we notify them through the parent-student handbook. So this is a pretty straightforward board policy. I appreciate that we're bringing it to a board policy, and I'm happy to answer any questions or take any recommendations from you.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Do we have any questions from the board at this point? Do we have any comments from the public on this board policy? Comments from the board? Do we have recommendations for a motion to approve this board policy?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker, seconded by Trustee Brown. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So could you repeat the board policy number? Was it just 0510?
That's correct.
To the back.
Okay, thank you.
Item B2, approval of first reading of proposed draft board policy 1112, media relations. And I wonder if it's possible for people coming up to let us know where this is going to be found in our binder, so we can find it easily?
I wish I could help you. I don't have that information.
Okay. Oh, got it. All right, thank you, Ms. Fortuna.
Good morning, President Marks, Vice President West, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet. I'm here to present the proposed drafts of two new board policies. The first is BP 1112, Media Relations. Only minor edits were made to the gamut language, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board on this board policy?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, just one quick question, just for my sake. Where is it at? What is, I read on the second page that says staff may provide media with student directory information. What is considered directory information?
Typically, it's student's name. I'm going off the top of my head, so if I don't know everything, I'd be happy to get back to you later, or Mr. Godot could provide information if he has it. But it's typically age, grade level, and course of study, I believe. Mr. Godot, do you remember anything further?
It's,
VP 1112, second page.
it's a
It's like
sub.
the first one, I'm guessing is the first one?
Yeah, it's a subset that doesn't qualify as personally identifiable information, so it won't be something that you could put together in two steps and identify who the student is. So it's a subset of data.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know, and that good to go.
They're not working, so. I have
Thank
one
you.
comment, or one sort of question that we can add it later or not. I would just like to clarify that the media relations, if we have media people on our campuses, they need to check in like the outside visitor policy. Does it?
The last page, the first page, last.
I'm good enough. That was it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public? Comments from the board? I am looking for a recommendation to approve. Mr. Brown has moved and seconded by Trustee
Second.
Walker. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to Board Policy B3, 1150, Commendations and Awards. Ms. Fortuna again.
Morning. Again, this is the second policy. Again, it's a new policy. We did not make any major changes to the gamut language, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Comments from the public? Comments from the board? Looking for a motion to approve Board Policy 1150. Motion is made by Trustee Lopez, seconded by Trustee Brown. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fortuna. B4 is our next item. Board Policy 1312.1, Complaints Concerning District Employees.
Good morning,
Okay,
President
wait,
Marks.
I just have a question. I need to find this because it's not in the order that it was given in our binders. So help me say the number again that you're going to.
Yes, it's 1150.
Oh, okay, it's here. All right, never mind. Got it.
Wait.
I thought we just did that.
No, I'm sorry. We just did that one. 1312.1.
13, wow.
12, and they're not in order. So
Oh dear.
it's okay. Keep going. It's right before the red, right before the administrative regulations red
Okay.
page.
Okay.
1312.1.
Okay, 1312. Okay, found it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good morning, President Marks,
Thank
Vice
you.
President West, to other trustees of the board, Dr. Noguchi, and members of cabinet. I am Stephen Beauchesne, Supervisor of Compliance with the Human Resources Office. I'm here to present Board Policy 1312.1, Complaints Concerning District Employees. This particular BP is not new, but it is being updated to reflect changes from the CSBA sample policy. If there are any questions at this time, I'd like to field those.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions? Seeing none. Any comments from the public? Seeing none. Comments from the board? Hey, I'm looking for. Yes, Ms. Marks.
There's just one little typo. It's in the middle of the page of the red paragraph on the last page on A, 1312.1A. The word shall, it's the side word says against the district employee shall. It's SHVALL, so it just needs to have the V taken out. But other than that, it was good.
Oh, thank you for catching that. So if we can correct the spelling on that. Are there any other comments on this board policy? If not, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Approved by Mr. Walker and seconded by Ms. Newman. All in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any, what's the word? Opposed? Say nay and raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Sorry.
Since we aren't a complete board, do we have to do a roll call? We usually did that when we aren't a complete board.
Do we want to do a roll call on 30 board policies?
Not really, but I think,
Can we do it at the end?
Why don't we, if there's an exception, let's note it.
Yeah, let's do that. I agree.
Yeah.
The other piece, just some logistics, and thank you for that. Just some logistics. I can see that this binder is not user-friendly, so when Trustee West outlines the next number. I'm then going to direct you to where it is in the binder so you guys don't have to be scurrying around. So it'll be a two-step process. For the most part, it follows sequentially for the number, but in some cases it's not. So let me take care of that for you today. And then moving forward to our board policies, I'm going to grab these and make sure that they are easier for the next go around. Okay?
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, the next board policy is B5, 4030, non-discrimination in employment.
And you are going to find this policy right after the yellow section. It's the first board policy in the yellow, like the baby yellow section.
Does everyone
Say
have
the-
that?
Say the number again.
4030, non-discrimination in employment. Okay, thank you.
BP 4030 also is not new. It is just being updated to reflect the CSBA sample policy. Much of the language from the current version has been left to reflect district practices. But other than that, this is a pretty simple update just to make sure this is updated with the CSBA sample language.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on this policy from the board? Yes, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I don't know which page number this is, but it's 4030D. The very bottom paragraph references student conduct. And this is a board policy regarding personnel. So I'm wondering if I don't disagree with the statement, but I'm wondering if this needs to maybe be somewhere else. It says, any student who engages in such harassment of an employee or applicant may be subject to disciplinary action up to and including expulsion. So we're talking about employees, and
Where's he at?
and it just
4030D?
It's the very last sentence
last
on
sentence in
4030D.
4030D.
It's in black bold underline. If I may, what I would say is that the reason why this is in here is because this board policy is meant to address any and all forms of discrimination and or harassment directed towards employees by any source. Now, we do have a board policy that specifically addresses discrimination and harassment directed towards students, but the focus here is the recipient of that harassment and their avenues of redress if they are being discriminated against or harassed. This particular section is meant to include any harassment that may befall employees from students, if that makes any sense for that clarification.
It makes sense, but I'm wondering if then we might need to duplicate this language somewhere else where we're talking about students and their conduct.
I think the policy is about non-discrimination in employment and the employment environment. So the students are in the employment environment, and so we're saying to the employees and to the people, the adults and employees in this employment environment, that we're going to hold the students accountable. So it probably is in the student conduct code, maybe not in a board policy, but in the student conduct code. And is that maybe Brad could weigh in on that? That would be my guess.
It is, and actually the discrimination policy in AR for students specifically also indicates that students who engage in such conduct can be held accountable as well.
Are you satisfied?
I am, yeah, but I do have another question regarding that. So discrimination may come from within the campus, but also from outsiders. Are we addressing that anywhere in this policy? Non-employees.
Well, I would say that that's addressed on the very first page, the second paragraph, where it states, no district employee shall be discriminated against or harassed by any coworker, supervisor, manager, or other person with whom the employee comes in contact with in the course of employment.
Okay, that addresses it. So do we then need to maybe reference in that paragraph including students?
To be honest, I would say that the language any combined with other person with whom the employee comes in contact with would probably cover it. If, however, there's a specific desire to include that, we easily could.
Okay. I'll leave that to the will of the board.
I think any other person includes any other person, including students, parents, anyone from outside of campus, is my take on the reading. Are you comfortable with that? Yeah. Okay. Yes, Trustee Walker.
Just one question on the first page, bottom paragraph in red. The district shall not inquire into an employee's immigration status, blah, blah. Why would we not want to know somebody's status when we're employing them? And it says without complying into federal law. I'm confused as to why. I would think an employer would want to validate all your information, and if it seems like a reasonable sort of request. I mean, if it's a law, it's a law. It just seems a little odd that you wouldn't want to know the status of somebody you're hiring.
I think this is less about employment questions and more about someone who's already employed. They're an employee.
Roger?
But there are some limitations with respect to that based on the Code of California regulations. But this paragraph is referring to someone who's already employed.
But wouldn't we check somebody's status before we employed them?
Yes, we do.
But this is after they're already employed.
And this is referring to discriminatory conduct on the basis of their immigration status.
So there's different criteria when you're employing somebody. There's different rules than after they're employed. They have a higher level of privacy rights, and so that's what this is addressing. So they have. So when they're going through the applicant process, there's things that the law will allow us to ask and those kind of things, and that may be broader than after they're employed. Would you agree, Mr. Bouchane?
I would agree.
Yeah. So
So-
that's what this is getting at.
So we could theoretically hire somebody who doesn't have a legal status?
Well, it wouldn't, this would, the prohibition on discrimination here wouldn't necessarily be limited to somebody who is not in a legal status. It could be someone who has subsequently obtained legal status.
And an example of this would be that I've experienced in a previous district. We had a teacher who was hired appropriately, and we understood the status as a DACA
Okay.
person. And so as the politics are changing, we've already hired her. She has her status. We cannot discriminate against her at that point and change her status.
Okay, so it'd be essentially like your visa expires, we wouldn't know, so we wouldn't ask. If you were here in my world, in the tech world, so you'd have H-1B visa. And so you're working from India or something and you got your visa and it expires, we would never inquire as to, is your visa current? Once they're on the books. Is that another way of saying what you just said without getting into the DACA thing? I'm just thinking, generally speaking, because you've got work visas, it just seemed odd that we wouldn't keep up with somebody's status if they're employed. If it's legal, it's legal. It just stood out to me as odd that you wouldn't want to know what the status of your employees are as you're hiring them and whatever that may be, and especially relative to being around students.
If I may.
But other than that, I'm good. I just was curious. It just stood out as odd.
So basically what this is saying is we can't do it unless there is a need to do so to comply with federal immigration law. We do those checks
Yes.
per the federal law. If you look at Title II of the California Code of Regulations, Section 11028, specifically subsection F, and then subsection 3 of subsection F, it states, and it mirrors the language here, it is an unlawful practice for an employer or other covered entity to discriminate against an employee because of the employee's or applicant's immigration status unless the employer has shown by clear and convincing evidence that it is required to do so in order to comply with federal immigration law.
Okay. I think there's just one more of these examples where the feds and state need to get on the same page because it makes it very difficult when one says one thing, the other says the other, and we're having to make policy in between the two, and they don't agree on anything other than one should stay out of the other's business.
Especially in this state, yes,
Yes.
we do often see a lot of conflict of laws between federal and state law.
And I'm good. I've
Thank you.
squared up.
Do I go out to the public? Now, we have no public, but any comments from the public? Any questions, further questions from the board on this policy? If not, I'm looking for a motion to approve. Approved by trustee Walker and seconded by trustee Lopez. All in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're moving on to B6, Board Policy 4118.
Board Policy 4118 is actually a brand new policy that we're introducing to our inventory. This one is specifically addressing dismissal, suspension, and disciplinary action procedures.
We're going to need to know where to find this.
Oh,
Do
I'm
you have
sorry.
that It's okay.
Right behind the
we
last
wanna-
one.
Just the next, okay. Okay,
Got ahead of myself.
thank you, no, thank you. It's right behind the one we were just on.
And if I might, with this one, this is what trustee Marks had requested on the AR to be pulled into discussion. I was wondering if we can maybe address both of those at the same time. I know that we've approved the order. Worth your consideration perhaps, since we're going to be talking about 4118.
I think that's a great idea. Trustee Marks, does that work for you, since you're the one that requested this? We can discuss this together, the AR and the
Oh,
BP?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, yes, thank you.
To make it for B, we did that at the beginning. B6B?
But 4118, we had moved to D7A. And so I would like to now recommend that we move this to B6A. So do I,
In a second.
so motioned by trustee Newman, seconded by trustee Walker. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. That we'll discuss both the AR and the BP together. Thank you.
As I was saying, BP 4118 is brand new to the district. It covers dismissal, suspension, and disciplinary action specifically as it relates to certificated staff. Most of the language has been adopted as is. There are some minor formatting changes to make sure it's consistent with how we formatted other language in our BPs and ARs. But for the most part, it mirrors the language of the CSBA sample policy. If there are any questions at this time, I'll take them.
Thank you. Any questions from board members?
Okay, so I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
The first one is on board policy 4118, item in B as in boy. Then it's the third paragraph down. It starts with if an employee has been served notice and demands a hearing pursuant to, is this any different than what we do right now? It seemed to align with what we're doing, but I just wanted to check and make sure that it's still staying with what we've done in the past. I did not recall doing certificated teachers as a board hearing. We've only done classified employees.
It is my understanding that it's the same, but maybe Mr. Henderson is aware of a different practice that we've used.
I would agree
So is
with
the
you.
hearing with the board? Who is the hearing with? Is it with, it says the board shall either rescind its action or schedule a hearing on the matter. And my understanding was it's usually been done with the teachers union and their attorney, and then the school district and our attorney, or in some type of fashion. It hasn't really come before our board. So that's where I had a question on.
Well, this would be for the limited circumstance when we're talking about notices that only include charges of unsatisfactory performance. So this wouldn't be a hearing when we're talking about dismissal proceedings or something of that nature. This is limited only to charges of unsatisfactory performance, the 45-day letter issues.
Okay, only because it's titled dismissal, suspension, discipline action. Okay, so that's only referring to to unsatisfactory.
That is correct.
I agree with the
Okay, I see that.
I agree with the clarification. I think the instances you may be referring to are disciplinary action due to misconduct for which there may be a OAH hearing or involving the Commission
Right.
of Professional Competence.
So do we want to add if an employee has been served notice of unsatisfactory performance and demands a hearing? Would that clarify it?
We could. The preceding paragraph, I think, does address that, but in fairness, there's no direct linkage between the language in that paragraph and the
Yes.
paragraph that's being questioned. So we could just make some kind of linkage there if one is desired.
This might make it a little clearer.
Okay, that would be helpful. Okay, so we'll add the word unsatisfactory between the served and notice. Okay. And then I have a question on the AR when you're ready.
Moving to the AR now.
Can I clarify what language was added? So if I'm understanding, it would be if an employee has been served notice.
Of unsatisfactory performance
Okay.
and demands a hearing.
Got it.
Notice of charges of unsatisfactory performance.
Of charges of unsatisfactory performance.
Correct.
Do you have that, Mr. Henderson?
I do.
Okay.
So the AR is behind the pinkish red under the AR section.
Mm-hmm. 118.
4118.
411. Okay, so it's back a ways.
It is.
It is almost to the.
Okay.
Find it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does everyone have it? Okay.
So my question on this one is we have this written in another format because I've seen the same page somewhere where we have it, where we're evaluating a teacher or a staff member at some point, and we read this. We went through this exact same page on the first page on personnel. So I was wondering, is it a board policy that we already have that we abide by? Because it looks similar to one that we've used for suspension or dismissal. Or maybe it's a disciplinary action. And then I have another question after that.
So you are 100% correct. As far as this being an AR, no, we do not have BP or AR 4118. But what we do have is that language on the first page that you're seeing. It is both specifically codified in the education code, and it's also specifically listed in the MTA collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, all right, that's where I've seen it because I was trying to, I've seen it before when we had to do a discipline. So now my next question is on that black paragraph that says the following procedures for the dismissal, suspension, discipline of certificated employees in the district shall apply unless the collective bargaining agreement otherwise specifically provides an alternative procedure. Do we have that in our collective bargaining agreement of an alternative procedure for this process?
So I actually, when I was drafting this, I went through first the CSBA, and then I also went through the collective bargaining agreement to make sure that there were no conflicts. This is meant to be a catch-all in case there is something that is in conflict, but education code would specifically provide that when there is a conflict, the collective bargaining agreement typically would control.
Okay, so now my next question is, should this be a board policy? Because I believe that because of the way it's laid out here, it looks like a board policy. It would be what I would consider a board policy if it's in our collective bargaining agreement. And is there anything prohibiting us from putting it in a board policy?
Are you referring
Or
to the board
why would it
policy or
not
the
be?
administrative regulation?
She's saying move AR into the board policy, so make it a board policy.
Just that one paragraph, though?
The whole thing.
No, well, it's this one. It's the way it's written. It's written as a suspension and dismissal action in what the board would say this is a violation of our board policy. And so to me, it seems more as a board policy than an AR.
The only
Because the board
clarification.
abides by these things.
I think it's a fair point. The only clarification that I would give is that I think this language actually is appropriate for an AR because it's getting more into the minutia of procedure and process for how these things are going to be effectuated, which is typically more appropriate for the AR, which is the how, whereas BP is more of the why and the what. So because it's so procedurally focused in terms of timeframes, what notices are required, et cetera, I think that aspect makes it appropriate for an administrative regulation.
So this one, I don't believe there's any, let me just see the timing on it. As far as I could tell, it did not have the days. It gives cause. It gives cause for suspension or dismissal. So a cause is not a how, a cause is a why. So this is why you're going to be suspended or dismissed.
If you look
Isn't that correct?
I would say that initial piece, yes, but if you continue on, starting with 4118A, and you go down to the section underlying suspension, dismissal of permanent employees, that's where you're getting into the meat of the processes, and you're seeing timelines and procedural steps
Right,
and
there's
things
a
of that
written
nature.
statement. Okay. It has to do with misconduct and why you dismiss, or the why you dismiss them. Well, I prefer it to be in the board policy only because it has more, it's associated with what the board's responsibilities are as a board in the process of a dismissal or suspension. So does the board believe that this is a how and not a why we dismiss someone, or we do we're dismissing an employee based on their actions?
We have some lights on, Trustee Marks, so
Okay. Good.
we'll go to Trustee Lopez, and maybe we can have some discussion on this.
No, I just wanted to say that the AR, the first part to me is just kind of like a prelude or kind of like a summary of the VP, and just kind of giving that framework to what's then going to be the how, how are we going to do this, right? So I see it really in place with the AR, because whether someone's looking at it just straight at the AR, they should have a little summary of why we're doing the following steps that's already illustrated. So I see it perfect as it is, or I see it good as it is right now.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin, your light was on?
I think it's a book.
Oh, your book was on your light. His book. Are there other comments on this
thing.
item? Miss Trustee Walker?
I think here's a sort of, as we go into the 4,000s, I think we have to keep this in mind, and Mr. Henderson can chime in if he wants to. Each one of these, in a lot of cases on the 4,000 HRs, is going to have two more comparisons coming right behind it. And so you'll have a 4118, a 4218, and a 4318, and they are all going to be very, 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 very similar, minus the fact of who we're talking about in employee groups. And so you'll have classified certificate, but they're essentially the same policies, but they just span different groups.
Some minor changes.
With some minor changes, but essentially each one comes with two.
Okay.
And so it's get one policy, get two for free, if there's a better way to say it, but we'll see a lot of these duplicated going forward, and it's just very unique to that set.
I do want to clarify an earlier statement that these statements of cause on 4118, that first page, are and the AR are listed in the contract for the certificated bargaining unit agreement, and those are not spelled out in that agreement. We may have seen them before because the classified bargaining agreement does list those. There's a disciplinary action article there. So that's where you see some of the same terminology, but there's not such a disciplinary article in the certificated bargaining unit agreement. And we wanted to put that statement in just to acknowledge that there may be, we want to make sure that if there is any piece of this that is stipulated somewhere, maybe through the grievance article or the evaluation article, that we didn't want that to supersede the bargaining unit contract. So, but all of those are not laid out explicitly.
Thank you. Yes, I was thinking about CSEA, but this language does mirror Education Code 44932 as far as the stated causes.
I'm hearing, go ahead, Trustee Marks.
I just have so just a clarifying question. So if it's in the AR and there is disciplinary action or a dismissal, suspension, or disciplinary action that needs to be taken, whether it be a certificate or classified employee, according to the next board, the next AR, does it lose any of its effectiveness if it's in an AR instead of a board policy. So I was trying to understand what you were saying, Mr. Henderson. So help me understand that. So if it's in the CTA, if it's in our collective bargaining agreement, and then the AR is in not a board policy, but something happens and it hits one of these items on here, and let's just say there's one on here that isn't in the collective bargaining agreement, then if it's not a board policy, then it just is saying that this is what we'll do, this is a recommendation, that's how we handle it, and not a policy. Is that correct, when it's in the AR?
To clarify, the point I was clarifying just a moment ago was that there was a statement that these statements of cause for disciplinary action are already represented in the certificated bargaining agreement, and they are not there. There's not a disciplinary article there. They do exist in the classified bargaining agreement, so that's maybe where you've seen the same terminology before. Related to your question, I would have to agree with Trustee Lopez that the reference at the beginning of 4118 of those causes is a prelude clarifying these are the things upon which certificated employees can be disciplined and these procedures can go forward. And that's really setting up the bottom of 4118A where it says when those causes have been identified, the following procedures shall apply, and it outlines what steps would be taken thereafter.
Okay.
That is outlining the procedures consistent with the reference education codes to make sure we're compliant with those, and there's some references to 30 and 90-day timelines and such. This does read more to me as a procedural protocol for our action. I think the board policy on 4118 does establish the premise for that action. Mr. Beauchene?
I would piggyback off that, and I think part of what your question includes is what are the tiers of authority that we would follow if there's a question, and what I would say is that we would start with the AR. If the AR doesn't address something or is in conflict with the CBA, then the collective bargaining agreement would control. In the absence of language in either the AR or the collective bargaining agreement, or if any of the language in those two documents is in conflict with state law would control. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes, that helps. Thank you.
So Trustee Marks, are you comfortable with this now? Are your questions answered?
I believe they are. I still would like to see it at some point moved into a board policy, but the last answer helped a lot. So thank you. Is it Mr. Bouchnet that's at the podium?
Yes.
It is.
I don't have any way to see any of this. So. Okay, thank you.
Oh, and we have another light. Trustee Newman?
And just to clarify, I think where Trustee Marks is going on this, I take the AR as incorporated into the BP by the sentence on the first page of BP 4118. The superintendent, so in the board policy, we're designating to the superintendent, or they're designating the authority to ensure that disciplinary actions are taken in a consistent, non-discriminatory manner and are appropriately documented. So we're designating the authority to do what the AR is in there, and so it's basic. The two work together. So I think your concern is that if we don't have a board policy on it, will it be effective? But the only way that the AR can exist is the board policy gives that authority to the superintendent in that sentence on the first page. And then it's also incorporated in, I think, in a way at the top in the first paragraph, the last sentence. So
Okay.
that's
I hope. All right.
the only way that the administration has authority pursuant to this board policy is because the board gave it to them. And so,
Right.
so that's why then we gave them that authority, and this is the policy that directs how they will exercise that authority.
Yeah.
That's how these should be. The board policy will say what authority we will give to the administration, and then the AR will talk about how they'll exercise it. And it doesn't mean that they have to work in conjunction in order to get something done.
Right. Okay,
Does that help under?
yes,
Okay, because so you want to look in each of these board policies, well, what's the scope of authority we gave to the AR, to the administration? So we gave them authority to create policy, that, I take that sentence as meaning we gave them authority to create policy to effectively administrate these discipline actions. And to do it in a way that it doesn't expose the district, because these are ripe with those kind of issues. So that's, it has to be done in a non-discriminatory manner. So that's why, there has to be a set procedure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. I think we're going to go ahead. I see no more lights. So let's go ahead and do I hear a motion to approve this item?
I make a motion to approve BP 4118 and AR 4118.
Thank you. It was moved by trustee Newman and seconded by trustee Irvin.
I'll second it, okay.
Oh, thank you. All in favor, raise your hand, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Right. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to B7, which is the approval of BP 4218, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action for classified.
And it's followed right behind the last board policy.
Thank you.
Have to go back and
State the number again.
Four,
Is it
4218.
Oh,
And in
there
your
we go.
binder,
Okay,
it's right
thank you.
after the one we just discussed.
Okay, thank you, I found it.
Okay, so BP 4218, very similarly to the previous board policy in AR, is a brand new board policy for the district pertaining to dismissal, suspension, and disciplinary action, but in this case, specific to classified employees. As I said, this is brand new. There are very minor changes, but for the most part, this has been proposed in the form suggested by the CSBA sample policy. If there are any questions, I'll take them at this time.
I see no lights. Any comments from public? Comments from board members? If not, I'm looking for a motion to approve. BP 4218, moved by trustee Brown and seconded by trustee Lopez. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to B8, approval. She did say aye, correct. Sorry, I think there's a little lag, so I'll wait a little bit so we can make sure we hear trustee Marks as well. The next board policy is 4136, 4236, 4336, non-school employment. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, good morning, trustees. This board policy essentially relates to conflict of interest for our employees and other work they may be doing for which they would receive outside compensation, trying to ensure that there's no conflict between those and employees are not getting paid for services that they actually would be doing as part of their employment. I'm going to acknowledge that our first interpretation of this resulted in some errors of interpretation, and we want to back up a little bit. So when you see, for example, on the first page that we had stricken the entails compensation from an outside source for activities which are part of the employee's regular duties, there was some interpretation about, okay, if you have a landscaper in the district, are we saying he can't have a landscaping company and get paid for that outside of work? And that really is not what they're saying here. They're really saying you can't get outside compensation for landscaping during the course of your regular employment. So there are three changes that I'd like to consider. One is to kind of reset to the original gamut language. So where you see anything that we have stricken there, actually the gamut language we'd like to maintain. On page 2, where we've inserted the leave of absence, we want to take that out and just go back to the gamut language. And then there is one second change, which is we want to identify the roles and responsibilities for the references of who they would report to. We'd like to have a little more monitoring of this. There's a reference to supervisor, and we'd like to have the reporting go to the HR department as we kind of keep track of this. If somebody's going to be asking their supervisor if they can have approval to engage in some kind of employment with an outside source, there's a lot of managers in the district. Not that we don't, we don't trust that judgment. We think having a single point of contact in our office would help us monitor that kind of activity a little bit better. And then third, we have a little bit of a clarification on the tutoring portion of this. So in essence, we don't like our first version. We'd like to, and I've prepared with copies for the public if needed, a different version that I think would be a little easier to go with. I have emailed that this morning to Trustee Marks if you have access to email to look at, and I can clarify from that document if that's okay. However, I know that one was already posted. We can go through it either way.
So just so I understand, the one that's in our binder is not the one you have in your hands, and you guys have changed the one that we have in the binder.
We can either work off of the one you have in your binder, and I could tell you which things we want to
Why don't you
undo
hand us
from
one you
that.
have?
And I've prepared one with a little more clarity to work off of, for which I have copies for the public if needed.
Because
Maybe look
I
at
like
those.
the idea of one person that you report to. I think that's a really good point.
Amen.
Because it creates a consistency that we need in this type of policy.
So I'd like to add, I want to make sure that Trustee Marks has the same information that we're working with. If she doesn't have this document, I think we need to work with the one in the binder. So Trustee Marks, what, do you have access to the revised document that Mr. Henderson is referring to?
I do, and it looks like it's just, I'll do my best. I'll do the best with the one he sent me. And it just looks like, if you could tell me what you changed, you just changed it to this, you added that on the last page, Senior Director of Human Resources or designee, is that what you?
Yeah, he's gonna walk through what the changes were, so I'm glad that you have that document. So we will work with the document that was just handed out.
Okay, yes, I can see it. I'll work with it. It's not very long, so it works okay.
Okay, so I've passed out, and Trustee Marks, you're looking at the new version. So on page 1, the only difference is we had originally struck item 2, which is entails compensation from an outside source for activities which are part of the employee's regular duties. We had that stricken. We want to unstrike that and use the regular gamut language that was recommended. If we turn to page 2, there are some changes. I guess we can work top to bottom. This is only one page, so I think we can get through it. So it says an employee wishing to accept outside employment that may be inconsistent, incompatible, or in conflict with or inimical to the employee's duties. We had inserted may request a leave of absence as specified in the bargaining agreement. And I can explain, however, we just like to take that back out and leave it with the gamut language that they shall file a written request with, instead of his or her immediate supervisor, we'd like to strike that and insert a Senior Director of Human Resources or designee. And the gamut language went on to say describing the nature of employment and the time required. And then the rest of the changes through that section are just the person to whom they would report, as mentioned, instead of their direct supervisor to the Senior Director of Human Resources or designee. And what that person, that Senior Director will do, they shall evaluate each request based on the employee's specific duties within the district and determine whether to grant or authorization for such employment. In the middle paragraph, paragraph 2 on the second page, again, changing the person to whom to make this request, the Senior Director of Human Resources will then shall inform the employee whether the outside employment is prohibited, and the employee may appeal a Senior Director of Human Resources denial of authorization to the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources or designee. An employee who continues to pursue a prohibited activity may be subject to disciplinary action, and we've inserted the phrase as specified in board policy and the respective collective bargaining agreement. And the board policy would be those that were just explained by Mr. Beauchesne in the previous policy that we read. So in that middle paragraph, we had in your copy stricken some language, and we want to unstrike that and go back to the original gamut language, changing only the designated people to whom they would report such activity. In the bottom paragraph related to tutoring, we had originally stricken portions of that section, but we want to maintain the gamut language with one clarification. A certificated employee shall not accept any, and we want to phrase outside compensation or other benefit for tutoring a student enrolled in his or her classes. And there's an error in the remaining of that last paragraph. I want to just kind of step up and talk about that. So let's imagine one of our teachers works for one of these supplementary support service agencies, Huntington, or one of the other tutoring agencies. We think that the general statement that teachers shouldn't, or certificated staff should not be paid for tutoring their own students presents a real conflict of interest that I think is fairly obvious, right? But how would we track or control somebody if they worked at Huntington Learning Center and there were students from another school that in our district that they were not familiar with coming in getting tutoring services? That would be a little bit hard to monitor, first of all, and how they would know who the students are and then subsequently require them to make a request of the district that, hey, there's a student in MCS that's coming to this service and I'm going to be paid to tutor them. We saw some difficulty in the implementing of that. So I think maybe just a little discussion about the last portion of that last paragraph, keeping the first sentence, but how we might handle what Gamut is suggesting there. And this is a permissive section that allows us to adapt it to what our practice is.
We have a couple of lights. Trustee Irvin? Oh, your book is curious today. All right, not you. Trustee Newman?
All right. On that last section, tutoring, I think that a word is missing at the beginning of before shall. So that sentence, it doesn't say who shall do whatever. So I think it's probably an employee shall not use district employees. I think that's what you're trying to say there.
Yes.
You're not making them go through
Correct.
a request.
Correct.
So we have to put back the words an employee.
Correct.
Okay, for that to make sense.
Yes.
And I like this language that you guys have done better. And but I want to walk through a scenario. So back on page 1, on number 2. Okay, so an outside activity shall be considered inconsistent, incompatible, or inimical to the district employment when such activity entails compensation from outside source for activities which are part of the employee's regular duties. Okay, so the scenario you gave about a landscaper, okay, the employee's regular duties are to take care of landscape that the district owns. So they go and they on the weekends, they're doing their own landscape business. I don't see that as their duties, because their duty is to take care of our landscape, right?
And just to clarify, that was the original confusion that led to our initial striking, and now the clarification I think you're headed toward is why we wanted to unstrike it.
Okay, so, all right, so I think that a person that wants to do that could still do that, and we wouldn't,
Correct.
or janitorial services or whatever.
Correct.
Okay, so let's step away from that type of person and let's go to a college counselor who wants to, and this is real, so that has a college counseling business on the side, and they're college counselors on our campuses. So their regular duties are providing college counseling services to our students, and the college counselors work as a team together. So like, their duties are to provide college counseling services, and I'm not sure whether their duties would just be to those students at that school, or are they part of a team that provides counseling services to the entire district students in terms of college? So how would we deal with that? We know we have this.
I agree that is an excellent scenario to discuss as it relates to this board
Yeah.
policy.
Because their regular duties are to provide college counseling services. It's just to find, it depends on whether we've narrowed it down with that particular employee to just that school site, or are they working as a team, the college counselors throughout the district, and they're providing college counseling services to all students, so they can't do it on the outside. And this is, I'm not sure. So either we decide today that we don't want them to do that, or we're okay with that. And if we're okay with that, we probably need to put in some language that makes that clear, because this scenario is going to keep popping up. That's real.
So it would seem to me that the college counselor is providing services to students at their school site, even though they all work as a team for, planning and if they're using curriculum or, looking at what they're doing across all school sites. But during the course of the school day, the counselor's providing students to the school during the school day, which will be the students at that school. Other students from other schools aren't going to be coming to another school for services during the school day. So in the evenings and on the weekends, would we say that counselor then can provide services, and if a student from another site happens in the evening or the weekend to attend something they're doing, would that be allowed?
Well, I mean, we pay our teachers a professional wage, assuming that they aren't just working when they're at school. And so, I mean, they always tell us they're working evenings and weekends. So I would assume that with a professional wage that we own their teaching services for our students for that purpose. But I'm not sure.
Well, how does that impact our professional development that we hold? We pay those teachers extra for outside professional development on Saturdays?
The funding for that is internal within the district.
Right.
That's the difference. It's not an outside. Source. I think there would need to be a little clarification on what services that college counselor is providing to a student or family. Is it the same that is part of their duties during the day? For example, as a college counselor, I'm helping them understand how to complete a college application, or is it an extension above and beyond what their normal duties might be? Contacting colleges, recruiters, admissions offices that may arguably be an extension further and beyond.
I'm going to go to Trustee Brown. He may be able to. Do you have a question? It's separate. Okay. Unrelated. Okay.
And part of that's kind of backing up to whatever activity we're talking about. Is it among this definition inconsistent, incompatible, in conflict with, or inimical? And that's part of the consideration here.
Okay. So Trustee Walker?
I think part of what Trustee Newman's getting at, and I think if you can sort of pull this back, it's almost, this example is literally walking side by side with saying you can't be tutoring the students that you're teaching because you can just see the conflict screaming at you. If you're now college counseling students that you're college counseling with a built-in base for your business, this is sketchy. And I think I don't know how you flesh this out, but I get Trustee Newman's point here. And I think it's very similar in my mind to the tutoring example sitting there, except it's a different domain. But they seem very related to me.
And that brings up a fairness point that then we're saying for our classroom teachers, regular classroom teachers, you can't do this, and we're saying that maybe somebody else could. So, and there's money in this. I mean, there's a lot of money in this. So.
We may, we may begin with the job description of the high school college counselor, for which there is one, and start to draw a distinction there. If the job duties, and I'm not sure if that can be a clear enough distinction, but if you're performing duties and getting outside compensation for work with students for duties that are on your job description, that arguably could be performed and are expected to be performed during the regular course of business in your capacity as an employee, that would represent a conflict.
Can I make a recommendation? That we pull this board policy, work with staff to bring back a recommendation in a regular board meeting, because it does affect many people that are in our system, and we pull this back and bring some recommendations forward to you so we can have a more informed discussion.
I think this is an important one, and I do think we need to clarify some things. So do I have a motion to approve that we pull this till a future board meeting?
Right there.
I'd like to ask my question.
Oh, yes. Trustee. Okay, Trustee Lopez, does yours have to do with this?
Yes.
You want to, okay, you go ahead and then we'll go to Trustee Brown.
No, I just wanted I just wanted to bring up the flip side of that. If for example, the example of college counselors, if they are working, if their duties outside in their independent business is working more directly with colleges, and therefore there's a little bit more buy-in, how that might affect what's coming into our it can also be coming into our school district, right? So working more closely with some colleges may give some preferentials coming into who are students seeing inside the school district as well. So I mean, it goes into I know I'm getting into the weeds, but that's just a scenario that I want to raise up. At the same time, I'm not against, or I don't think anyone's against entrepreneurship and growing, right, and growing their own businesses. So maybe like we can't conduct business within our own district, right? I mean, some of us are we're in other districts professionally, so maybe we have to look at that, of there being a clause around you can't perform duties that are in conflict with your job within the district that you're employed in, right? So that's why I wanted to mention is like maybe that be a guiding source as well for when we bring this back in our next meetings.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
Yeah, I've got a question regarding a completely different scenario, and I wanted to know basically how we handle this or would handle it. We have employees who are exceptional in their fields and are considered professionals, or there may be some who have, through their own education, risen to the point where they are the authority in a particular field. There are times during the school day when they may be called on as speakers where there's a fee paid to speak, or they may be called as professional witnesses in the court system, which would conflict with the school day. How does that type of scenario work? Would they have to take a paid administrative leave to be able to perform those types of duties?
There's a couple of leave provisions. One is school business. Arguably, it sounds like that would not be school business for us. It sounds like some other entity or agency is requesting their expertise. The clarification I would say is they could request an unpaid leave because they would be compensated by an outside agency. We would not compensate them as well for a day of work that they're leaving to go pursue and provide that expertise and get paid separately for. So I think that might be a case. You mentioned paid administrative leave. That's the only distinction I would make. But they could request an unpaid leave. I think it would fit with this new board policy in terms of the procedure of them requesting, us evaluating the specifics of the circumstances to determine if that's allowable or in any way in conflict with their employment.
Thank you. Before we go to our lights, I want to see if Trustee Marks has anything. I don't have a light for you, so I want to make sure you're able to contribute, or if you have any questions.
No, it's fine. I concur with the idea to pull this and have staff look into it further and then bring it back.
Okay, great. Before we do that, we have a couple more lights. So, Trustee Newman?
Just to frame for staff, my primary concern with this issue, the landscaper scenario, or a janitor scenario, a custodian scenario, that, we totally want to allow somebody to do that. They're doing it, elsewhere, and I think that works. When we get to our professional staff, and, our certificated staff, it creates an equity issue. And for our students, because those students that whose parents have significant means, they have access to, more advanced services from a particular employee. And that's, that becomes very real when, just having gone through the college application process with my son and beginning the next approach for my next, that's very real. And so I am concerned about that equity issue for our students. Our employees are amazing people who are providing amazing services, and we want to make sure that some students who can afford it aren't getting the better, those, there's like different levels of services depending on what you could pay. And that's not our game. That's not the way that's not the way we do things. So that is my primary concern. I don't want it to look like that. I don't want it to be like that. And it needs to be fair and as equitable as we can make it to our students, but we need to be fair to our employees. So I think this is a balance, and I'm not really on one side or the other. These are my concerns on this. I know this exists. I know this is a very real issue. And being that I'm in that world with my students, my own kids, it's the college counselors, when they're hiring somebody else, it's not about that relationship with another college. Most of the time, it's about those personal additional services to direct that student through this very, very comprehensive process. And so that's what it is. So the additional services are about, helping that individual student, as opposed to building relationships with colleges, which I like your idea of, maybe if they're doing this on the side, then we'll build relationships with colleges. If that's, I'm not saying that isn't what's happening, maybe, but most likely this is the scenario. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of my concerns, a real equity issue for our students.
Trustee Walker?
And then to Trustee Brown's question, or your scenario, I am a version of that scenario. This job, I have to sign and this is what I have to do because when I do work as a contractor for NASA, my employer is a consortium of 180 different universities that is overseen by a board that I have to sign a lack of conflict of interest statement every single year that I am working for an education organization as an outside employment that I receive a paycheck for. And anytime I do anything with the National City School Board, I have to do it on my time, which is why I take vacations and extra days anytime we do stuff, because it's the exact same scenario, except I'm not in a school district, but my employers are essentially a consortium of universities. And so I sign a declaration that I do not have a conflict of interest every year, and I go through the HR department, and so we're all clear. And so it is what you're saying is exactly my situation. And so I think if you just address it with that sort of idea that if you're doing something outside like I'm doing here, you sign a release that says it's not a conflict of interest and you do it on your own time.
Thank you.
And that's sort of my employment situation.
So I'm looking for a motion to approve that we pull, that we table board policy 4136, 4236, and 4336 to a later date.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee
Lopez.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Since we have no public here at the meeting, I will not go out to public for every one of these for public comment unless we have some public that comes in. Then we want to make sure we include them, but right now we don't have anyone. So we're going to move on at this point to item B9, which is approval of first reading of board policy 4159, 4259, 4359, employee assistance programs. Mr. Henderson.
That board policy is just right behind the last one.
Thank you. And this board policy relates to the employee assistance program. Essentially, we understand that there are a variety of circumstances for which employees may need certain types of resources, referrals related to a wide variety of things for I don't know how many years, but for a long time, as far as I can recall, we've had a contract to offer employee assistance programs, the last of which was approved by the board in May through Sutter Health. And just to give kind of an overview, EAP offers resources for employees when referred or contacting them to work on such issues as managing stress, controlling drug or alcohol use, building communication skills, increasing productivity and motivation, developing effective relationships, improving parenting skills, managing life, career changes, improving the quality of life. It's a valuable resource which, when the need arises, comes in very helpful for employees in need.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Do we have any questions from the board? Any comments from the board? Being a counselor, I would like to be the one, if I'm allowed to do that, to move that we approve this policy. I think this is important and it benefits our employees a great deal. And seconded by Trustee Newman. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. B10 is Board Policy 4200, Classified Personnel. And this is the very next one in your board binder.
Okay, Board Policy 4200, a new board policy based on the CSBA and gamut language. We've inserted it here with no changes to the language proposed in by the gamut.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, just defining what it is. This establishes and defines the employees in the classified service and some distinctions and definitions related to that, designating the work they'll perform as directed, through the board and job descriptions, as well as defining some parameters for substitute and short-term employees in classified service.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for an approval to approve this, the passing of this board policy. And it is moved by Trustee Brown and seconded by
So second, I was my second it.
Trustee Walker. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. B11, Board Policy 0400, Comprehensive Plans.
And that's right behind, the next two are going to be right behind the goldenrod in your binder.
All the way in the back.
Goldenrod in the back, and this is Mr. Godot.
Good morning, Board President Marks, Vice President West, and Board Superintendent Noguchi. This morning, I am presenting Board Policy 0400 Comprehensive Plans. This is a new BP being recommended. It's gamut language, straight, regarding comprehensive plans and the actions and role that the board and the district take in planning how we conduct our business, specifically around LCAP and various other required comprehensive plans that we have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board concerning this policy? Sorry. Trustee Newman?
Mr. Godot, I was in a continuing education this week. There was a legislative update, and there's apparently legislation that passed regarding safety plans, so that need to be for every year. So would this cover that? I'm reading through. It says, and other plans required by law or determined to be by the board to be in the best interest of the policy of the district.
Yes, I
it
think this
probably
is a
would.
broad, overreaching BP that would include those types of plans.
It just doesn't say safety anywhere. That was my, the comprehensive plan shall identify cohesive strategies for school improvement, provide stability in district operations, and be aligned to ensure consistency among district approaches. So maybe just the word safety after operations provides stability in district operations.
There are a number of different comprehensive plans that were required by Ed Code and various, I would also suggest SPSAs, our single plans for schools, is also not specifically listed, but is an example of a comprehensive plan. Safety is noted, or the safety is noted in the legal references at the end.
Yeah.
Again, I think this is a more broad, overarching board policy that just states that the board, stakeholders, various folks were required to include and develop these comprehensive plans.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we don't have to revise a policy when we have to do these. So I want to make sure it includes that, so that like we're acknowledging when we're doing it, because I'm sure that the legislation that passed probably says we have to have some policy saying we are going to do it. Not only do we have to have the plan, but we have to have a policy saying we're going to do it. So that's why I'm just making sure. I think it's probably broad enough. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I have a light from trustee Irvin, unless it's your book. Okay.
I just wanted to just make a comment about down at the bottom of the page there, where it talks about the citizen advisory committees, representatives, and parent involvement. If I don't know if that reference could be changed to parent engagement, rather than involvement. That is so broad. I mean, attendance is involvement, whereas parent engagement has a more proactive role. And then I didn't see if community engagement was listed as well.
So trustee Irvin, those titles there align with the title of the board policy reference. So if we were changing this, it would not be an accurate reflection of where that goes. For example, parent involvement, CF 6020, in our board policy 6020 is specifically titled parent involvement.
So we'd have to change the board policy, right?
And then all the subsequent board policies that reference that.
And that specific one is actually a big deal because parent involvement goes back to Title I requirements.
Yeah, but parent involvement is becoming a term of the past. If you start to look at most things now, they talk about parent engagement. It's all about engagement. Parent involvement never materialized into the process that it was established to be, and so they started using engagement. So just food for thought.
Thank you. Trustee Walker?
And I think going back to the safety thing, I think here's what my thought was looking at this, the CFs, is that we still need to do the emergency and disaster preparedness plan, which we have. Below that, there's a transportation safety and emergency plan we have to add. I think we'll pick those up in some of those areas that we're talking about in those policies as it flashes out. And then just maybe this is a similar case where we passed the policies on charters. We knew as soon as we passed them, we had to flag them because the legislature was coming right back behind it with legislation. And so maybe you just put a flag on this guy and look up in 6 months and say, to Trustee Newman's point, there was legislations passed. We got to come back and take a look at this in the future once we get a grip on what that change is. Because we knew when we passed those policies, we were coming right back behind them again. Because we knew very well they were voting in 90 days, and they did. And that way, and I think it's easier to update something once it's in place versus setting it aside. But my guess is those other policies will pick up the safety part.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin, is this you again, or is it your book?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted it not to be the dead horse, but even in the LCAP planning, it references parent engagement, and I know that's it's part of the comprehensive plan, LCAP. But I know in the LCAP law and the directives, it references parent engagement, not involvement.
Thank you. Trustee Marks, I'd like to leave it open. Do you have a question or comment? Just chime in if you do.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was coughing and I had muted, so I was trying to check. I wanted to find out. I'm still trying to understand where Trustee Irvin is coming from, and I was trying to find it on this document. And on that last paragraph where it does allow for community representatives, but are you asking for parent more than just that, Mr. Irvin, on this when you're looking at it? We're looking at board policy 0400, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody. Okay.
I think he's suggesting that at some point maybe we rename it, or maybe include parent involvement and engagement, or something when we come to those board policies to make sure that we include engagement.
So it's more action oriented,
I see.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing of the wave is we're trying to move toward a more active engaged parent versus an involved parent, which can take on a plethora of different meanings. But a engaged parent to me is a more proactive term to use from a parental standpoint. If I'm engaged in my child's educational process, that means I've taken an action approach to it.
Yeah, I recall reading something where we did have that in one of our board policies, and it was a while ago. If I have a chance, I'll see if I can find it. But that I agree with you that having engaged parents is key, and engaged community and active members in the district, and that's the goal of the LCAP plan. So I don't recall where it was in, but I think that's a good point that you made on that.
Thank you. We have a light from Trustee Lopez.
No, I was just gonna second Trustee Irvin and ask if I mean, I know that if you wouldn't mind probably working together with direction of Dr. Noguchi around maybe looking at that or renaming that and how that might look. Something I know that our work is kind of in line of how we see engagement. So maybe that's something that the both of us can look at and bring in a later meeting, right?
Most definitely.
Thank you. So if we have no,
I got one. And if you
Trustee
guys are going to
Walker?
do that, I would take a look, because 60/20, the one we're talking about, was one of my very first ones I've wanted for years and years and years. And it took years to get to. And we've already approved it. But if you look at 60/20, the other thing we approved was my request to add an exhibit. And the exhibit on 60/20 literally lists 2 pages of ways a parent can get engaged and is allowed to get engaged on the school sites with their students. So when you guys go to that work, check out the exhibit, because it actually just goes to one of the ed codes that was listed in the back, and I expanded it out so that you could get to it. And that was why I wanted it to be an exhibit. So when you get there, there's 2 pages of all the different things that a parent is allowed to do.
awesome, thank you. If there's no further questions or comments on this policy, I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Newman and seconded by Trustee
I'll second.
Walker. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. On to B12, Board Policy 0500, Accountability. And this is it next? It's the very next one in your board binder. Okay, Mr. Godot?
Yes, again, this board policy is recommended language from CSBA Gamut around accountability and the school accountability report card. You'll see language in there around SARC, as well as how it aligns with our LCAP.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board on this board policy? Any comments from the board? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve Board Policy 0500 on accountability.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Okay, the policy passes unanimously. B13, Board Policy 1224, Parent Participation and Personnel Matters Concerning Head Start Employees. And this is
So
the very next
this
one.
particular policy is at the very first section of your binder, right behind 5148, which is pretty lengthy. So if you find 5148, it's going to be the next board policy with a whole bunch of lines on it.
5148, 3, and it's 1224. Actually, it's BP 1224 has a line through it, correct?
Right.
It's the page with a line through it?
Yes.
Proposed deletion.
Okay.
Give everyone a minute to find it. It's fairly in front of the red, the administrative regulations, not too many in front of that one. Okay, we'll give you a minute. Yeah. Find the first red index and then just flip back to your left a couple of board policies, about 6 pages.
One page.
One page.
There's a bunch of lines.
All right.
Destined for the shredder.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see. Okay, and this is Mr. Godot again.
Yes, so the Head Start program performance standards were revised in 2016 to strengthen and improve the quality of our Head Start programs. BP 1224 is no longer aligned with the Head Start program performance standards and are being recommended for deletion.
Do we have anything to take their place, or is that necessary?
I don't believe that it is necessary. The verbiage I here have is that it's no longer reflect the role of the DPPC in personnel matters and are no longer aligned with the Head Start program performance standards and are just being recommended for deletion.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I have a question. It's 5148, is this correct? Board policy?
No, we're on 1224. It's a
Oh, 1224. Oh, thank you, thank you.
it's a proposed deletion. Do you see it, Cindy?
I'll get there, but I do recall it, and I believe I was okay with deleting it.
Okay. Do we have any
Okay.
questions or comments from the board concerning the deletion of Board Policy 1224? Ms. Trustee Lopez?
So where will we find something in regards to a Head Start now in our VPs? Or there's no such thing?
That's a great question.
So I know that the laws, both federal and state, have changed significantly for both Head Start and for our state preschools. Heidi Nunes is the one overseeing that leadership. I can check and put that in a board in a board communication relative to where we are in bringing those back up, recognizing we've got another 2 binders full that is going to come in and for board approval. So I will look that up and put that in a board communication for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions or comments from the board? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 1224, the deletion. So moved. Moved by Trustee Newman and seconded by Trustee
A second, or Trustee Lopez, got it.
Lopez. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're on to BP 14. This is the approval of first reading for BP 5123, promotion, acceleration, and retention.
You're going to find this if you go to your green section, so close your binder. Go to the green section where it says John Walker, committee members. And then go in 3 board policies in, 5123.
And once everyone has that, that will be Mr. Godot again.
Yeah, so Board Policy 5123 relates to promotion, acceleration, and retention of our students. This is a merged policy of our current language as well as recommendations through Gamut. I don't know about you, but I do get confused at times relative to the different colors and underlining. So just to remind everyone, the red verbiage is CSBA recommended language. The underlined black language is our current MCS. And the regular black type is common language between MCS and CSBA. I'm available for questions.
Okay, do we have Trustee Walker?
I think I have the same comment I've made all throughout this particular board policy, and it's specific to retention. And I think the comment I kept making to myself was, how do we highlight when we're reaching out sort of towards parent notification so that when they begin this process of holding somebody back, retention, that it is early and often reaching out to mom and dad so that they're involved early in the process. I think part of it was not just sending a note home in the bag, because as the children get older, notes and bags disappear. And so some version that says we have record that we have reached out to mom and dad early, often, and regular when we get into a situation where a student's in trouble. And that's my only comment on any of this.
Would that be in the ARs then, the how of how we do this?
There's a piece about parental notifications we don't have yet. It's a much healthier, lengthy board policy because it covers everything under the sun and we haven't touched it yet. But on this one with retention, I just wanted to highlight that on some level, we're reaching out early and often so that mom and dad are involved if a student is having problems, because if we're going to get it fixed, that's going to be the route that's probably most effective.
Trustee Walker and I could say that there's a slew of processes, including a notification of the retention prior to it even happening. And I can't say, but multiple student success team meetings on a kid like that with whom we would anticipate that they may be retained.
And I assumed we were doing it. It just wasn't in here.
Yeah, and that would be above and beyond a progress report going home.
Oh, yes.
Or a report card. These are intensive processes that are not taken lightly.
Yep.
And usually very extenuating circumstances before we would even get to the point of retaining a student.
Thank you. Trustee Walker, I'm sorry, Newman.
Would it be possible to reference a policy that that Trustee Walker's referencing? We don't have it yet, but reference it here. Just so that it kind of, the two are tied together, because this is something, as a board member, you've been a board member a long time, you get a phone call from a parent that's like, they want to retain my kid.
Yep.
And it's like, what? And it's a major crisis. And I mean, it's been a few years since that's happened, so I'm guessing that we're doing better at that. But that is something that, certainly we would want to engage the parent early as possible. And if we already have a policy, I'd rather not reiterate it here. I'd rather reference it. So yeah, that makes more sense to me, because if there's a comprehensive parent notification policy, then just reference it here. But my question is, I'm asking for us to reference a policy that doesn't exist yet, I guess is what I'm asking.
It will be one we put an NA next to, because we haven't gotten to it yet, and it's coming. And
Okay.
I know why it's not here yet, because it's got 25 pages of things we have to notify on, up to and including how much mosquito spray we put on grass. It's that intense of a parent notification policy. It's huge.
So we currently have AR 5123. However, Gamut only has the board policy at this time, so we did not bring the AR forward based on that.
So I would just say that we just somehow reference it, and then we that way we don't have to bring this back. I'm kind of looking at being judicious with our time. Let's not bring stuff back that we don't have to.
I agree. So we can reference it, and we'll just put the NA, and then once we loop back around, then we'll fill the number in once we get that number. So we certainly can do that.
So just to clarify, we're referencing NA what?
I don't know what number.
I don't know the number. The name is parental notifications.
Roger.
I don't know the number, but that's the name of it.
Okay. Any further questions or comments from the board on this particular topic? Okay, I'm looking for.
I just had one change on the, it's the first paragraph and the second paragraph. One starts with the governing board, the second paragraph starts with the Board of Education.
Yes.
We just be consistent and put either the governing board or the Board of Education, and just make that the same.
Okay. So can we make sure that those two are consistent? Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Trustee Marks. So I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 5123,
So moved.
approved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Lopez. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
All right, can we take like a 10? We going for an hour and a half now?
We have a request to take a 10-minute break, so why don't we reconvene in 10 minutes and take a break? Thank you.
Are you there?
Wait, yes, I am. I had it on mute, but yes, I am.
Not a problem. We're
Okay.
just getting together.
Is the live stream back up again or not?
We're just calling it to order, so meeting is called back to order. And what was your question?
Is the live stream working?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
The live stream, she
the
can see
video.
us.
Hi.
Yeah, full wave.
All right.
Okay, we're reconvening and we're going on to B15, Board Policy 5148, Child Care and Development, which
It's in the very first section, right after the 5141.3.
Wait, say the number again.
5148.
Oh, so we're
it's the
not
big
going in
one.
order. Okay. 5148. Okay.
And we have to do the AR as well. So
Yes.
let's put that one in.
So we're combining Board Policy 5148 and AR 5148, Child Care and Development, and it's Mr. Godot.
Welcome back, everyone. Board Policy 5148, Child Care and Development. So Modesto City Schools currently offers child care and development services which meet the developmental needs of our children and offer a convenient child care alternative for parents, guardians, and the community through before and after school care and early childhood education programs. The overall components and requirements of these child care and development programs are outlined in BP, AR, and the AR 5148. This is straight gamut language, and we recommend approval of a first reading.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Walker?
On first page, paragraph 2, first 3 words, who is or what is this Development Planning Council? It was a new phrase to me. I'm not sure if that's something we have or don't have, but what is that animal?
First page of BP 5148.
5148.3. That's where we're at, right?
Yes. No. 5148, and it's actually the, I think, third paragraph in, the district shall work cooperatively.
I'm looking at the wrong policy then. I'm looking at 5148.3.
Right now, we're on 5148.
Okay, then I've got a question lodged for the next.
Okay.
What you're saying is in there.
The Development Planning Council is in the third paragraph.
It's in both of them. I'm on the next one still. So I guess my
I want
question,
to know what it is.
just who, what is that animal?
Mr. Herbst?
I could take a good stab at it. I don't want to give inaccurate information, but I know that on any ECE CDP program, there's heavy collaboration with Stanislaus County Office of Education. So my guess, and again I'm speculating, would be that it's that interaction, that collaboration with that entity is what they're referring to. Again, that would be my speculation.
All right, and then the second piece of that would be on 5148B. The last paragraph talks about a child development regional administrator. Who is that particular individual, or do we have one? Because it's sort of putting a title to somebody.
Where is it? Will you please clarify again?
5148B, the last paragraph, sort of in the middle. It talks about refer to the appropriate child development regional administrator. And so it's a job title. I'm just curious, who is that individual since it's in the policy?
I believe it's a generic title associated with organizations outside of our district relative to that would be supervising or in charge of.
Sort of back to SCOE again or something higher than that?
Could be a number of county or state.
Yeah,
Okay.
my guess would be at the county office, and I don't know if that's his official title, but there's a coordinator, Tony Jordan, who oversees ECE, CDP programs throughout the county and has some interaction with Modesto City Schools. I believe that's who it would be referring to.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
I was going to say maybe it was that organization that does the permitting, that gives you the permits, by MJC over there on Carpenter. I don't know how connected. I forgot the organization, but I know when I had my child development director's permit, that's where I went to file the paperwork and get it. So I don't know if that is the agency. I know it's connected to the state.
So to clarify, we've got really two areas you want further clarification. We'll put that in a board communication, both the development program, exactly what is that, please define it. And then secondly, child development regional administrator, please define that as we move forward. And I'll put that in a BC for next Friday.
Yes, thank you.
Development Planning Council.
Development planning, yes.
And the administrator.
That was it for me. I was just curious what they were because I'd never seen them before.
And that term, that local child care and development planning council, is referenced through multiple
Yeah.
BPARs on this topic.
All right, thank you. See no further questions or comments. I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 5148 and AR 5148.
Oh, I have questions on 5148.
You do, okay, go ahead.
The AR, on the AR.
Yes?
So we'll move, the AR is towards the back of this. So, okay, so it's page, hold on, let me make sure. First one I had on AR 5148B, like in boy. It is the third paragraph down, starts with all persons. So it said at a licensed district child care center, and all volunteers who provide child care and supervision to children at such a center shall be immunized against influenza, pertussis, and measles. Now, there's no reference to tuberculosis in this one, and it's referenced in 5148.3. So when that policy is adopted, that one had reference to tuberculosis. So I was wondering why tuberculosis wasn't mentioned in this one, that they had a current tuberculosis clearance to work with children.
I think I can answer that. So the child care license, both licensing and registration is really dictated by the state. So it would come down to what the state is identified as needs. So in this case, those are the three. Certainly we could add an additional one on there, but that's different than currently what is in practice across the state. It's very, child care centers are very regulated.
Right. So this one, so 5148.3, man, I didn't write that it was board policy, but it might be 5148.3. Let's just see if that's on there. 51 board policy, hold on. Oh yeah, okay, so board policy 5148.3. Let me see if I can find it on here where it says the current tuberculosis one. On what page? I said A. Okay, so let me find it. Sorry, I don't know, I'm not seeing it really quickly here. All right, well, okay, so that's fine. I just wanted to check because I was trying to be consistent. If we're saying that they have to have immunizations on influenza, pertussis, and measles, and then another group says, but they're all working with child care and development, only one's in the board policy and one's in the AR, that tuberculosis, if it had to have a current tuberculosis clearance, then that seems reasonable to me to have both of them consistent with having the tuberculosis clearance. But
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I will have Brad look through both of these and make sure we align it with what the current law is. I would caution us adding anything other than what the state outlines, only because, any one of these are just going to be more barriers to getting kids into program, but we will make sure that we align with the law and also AR and BP.
Yes, this was with the employees that they had to have these immunizations and clearances. So this is who works with children has to have a immunization of influenza, pertussis, and measles. So that was the ones, anyone who's working with the children in those programs.
And we know all of our employees have to have TB, so we could easily add that in there because that's something that we have to have and that we keep up to date. In fact, I need to get mine up to date. So that's something that's already currently in the process, so there's not a problem in adding that here.
It is referenced
That
on
would be fine.
page 5148C, the TB clearance. It's at the top. It's the second paragraph on C.
There it is.
It's referenced.
Yes.
So I think it's covered.
Yeah, and 5148.3 does a similar distinction or differentiation between the two. It lists it lists the influenza, pertussis, etc., and then down the road it lists tuberculosis. So they aren't listed in order in the same sentence. It's broken up, but it is present in both.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Trustee Brown, you had a question?
Oh, I have one more after you're finished. Okay, thank you.
Just a procedural question. Are we looking at both the BP and the AR?
Yes.
Do we need to just take them out of the order that was,
We did at the
Specified.
beginning.
okay, so we're, okay.
Okay. Thank you, though, thank you for checking.
Okay, one more.
Trustee Marks, you had another question?
Yes, on 5148G, like in Gary.
Is this BP or AR?
This is AR.
Okay,
So right after the numbers, it says health examination and information. It says a physical examination and evaluation, including age-appropriate immunization, shall be required prior to or within 6 weeks of enrollment. So this is in regards to the children. So who does the physical examination and evaluation? It just is generic there, and it doesn't say who's doing that. And are we doing this on, these are preschool children? Or
These would be those physical examination would be conducted by a medical professional, not something that we would do in the scope of childcare.
So it'd be a responsibility of the
Right, so-
parent.
this is not something that the school district is doing at all. So it's saying it has to be done before they can enroll, so 6 weeks before they can enroll. So is the parent responsible for this physical examination and evaluation?
I want to clarify that the language says within 6 weeks of enrollment, not 6 weeks
Oh,
before
yeah.
enrollment. So,
Okay, you're right.
so a child would be enrolled in a program, and if they had not had a physical examination or immunizations specific to the age, would need to have it done within 6 weeks, or they would be disenrolled.
Okay, so it's something that the parent does or something that
That
I'm
is-
just looking at.
That is correct. It
Who's
is
providing
the
it?
responsibility
Okay.
of the parent to ensure that the child has had a medical examination as well as current immunizations.
Okay,
thank you. And
all
then
right. I just wanted to check and see that it was who was responsible for that, if it was the parent or the school district. So, okay.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Trustee Walker.
Just to pick up where Trustee Marks just left off, but we do reach out at the beginning of the school year and provide services to help students and parents get immunizations and ready to get all fired up. And there is an outreach program we do to assist that process.
Right. And if you
Correct.
read down a little bit further in GAR 5148G, it gets into exemptions as well as who's conducting. For example, at the bottom under 1, a licensed physician. So there is language in there indicating that it is a licensed physician that is conducting the examinations,
And then
or anything that would imply that they would be exempted from any of those.
And then my other question is to make sure I'm not making an assumption. My assumption is that when we're talking about TB with teachers and staff, we're also talking about volunteers, because when my wife volunteers in the Sylvan District, the first thing she has to do every single year is go down and get a TB screening. And so I guess the question is making sure that we extend that ideology out to essentially anybody working with the students on the campuses. Only because I know that we have to do it at my house. It's not explained here, but just as sort of a heads up that
I would defer the specifics to Mr. Henderson in
I would
human
assume,
resources, but I believe there's a differentiation
Correct.
between I'm coming to volunteer today versus I'm coming to volunteer on a regular recurring basis.
Correct. And you're right, it's probably different board policy, but in the spirit of consistency, I'm assuming that we're applying the same rules to everyone. And certainly on the TB thing, because it's a big problem in California at this point. It's like a recurring thing that used to be extinct that's now working its way back in.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 5148 and AR 5148. So moved by trustee Newman and seconded by trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We're moving on to B16, which is Board Policy 5148.3, preschool early childhood education.
Yes, and these should be found directly behind what we were just previously looking at. So board policy in AR 5148.3, preschool early childhood education. Modesto City Schools recognizes the value of high-quality preschool experiences to enhance children's social emotional development, knowledge, skills, abilities, and attributes necessary for a successful transition into the elementary education program. Our early childhood education currently provides children ages 3 to 4 access to developmentally appropriate activities in safe, adequately supervised, and cognitively rich an environment through our Head Start, state preschool, early Head Start, and family child care homes. The overall program components and requirements of these preschool and early childhood education programs are outlined in this board policy in AR 5148.3. So we're recommending approval of a first reading.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments from the board on this board policy? We're going to start with trustee Lopez.
Newman.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Just a question. Our preschool programs are only available to our students that, to our families and students that meet income eligibility? Because this policy doesn't say that, but that's what we have, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Should this policy say that, or, I do recognize this governor has talked a lot about, Governor Newsom has talked a lot about expanding preschool education for all students. And, that's not our requirement at this point. That's a great idea if it's affordable, but it isn't available. But this policy just it's pretty general, but it doesn't really address who has access to our preschools.
I would just think, actually, for the very, very reason, again, I totally get your point. I would think leave it vague for that very, very reason. I do believe that there may be changes on the horizon, and having language in there that specifies something when something may or may not, or may change, potentially change, I think would limit us until where we have to come back and do this again.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go down to the bottom third, just under district preschool programs, the language around the board determines that it is feasible. The district may contract with CDE to provide preschool services. I don't know if that's speaking to.
I think the policy is probably flexible enough. It's just, it doesn't say that it is only limited to those students who meet income requirements.
So would that be an AR issue?
Yeah, it could be an AR, but, 5148. Because to our families that fall outside the income requirements and that just are slightly above, preschool's a huge financial burden because it's quite expensive. So there's this pretty significant, I believe, group in our communities. And I say that's significant because there's been for-profit preschools that have gone out of business in the last 10 years. That were previously viable entities, and so there's this group of our community that can't afford it, And so that's, you know, it's not something we can solve here. It's just the policy needs to reflect that the policy doesn't actually say who we're serving.
So if you take a look at the AR 5148.3B, there is a section on eligibility and enrollment, and then it speaks to who is eligible for these particular programs. Now, I can say in working with preschool over the last 3 or 4 years, and I have been a little hands-off for the last couple of years, they did change the requirement and lowered the threshold, which allowed thousands of more kids, hundreds of thousands of more kids across the state of California. This was 3 years ago because there were a lot that was still low income but couldn't access, so that was changed. I do know that Governor Newsom has also spoken about that same threshold and is looking into the number of kids that are in that bubble that are still low income but still not low income enough. And so I know that that is on his radar. And Brown did change that. This was 3 years ago.
So maybe just leave it vague for upcoming changes that might happen. And Trustee Walker, you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, it's not gonna go very far, but I'm gonna acknowledge it. Page 5148.3A. And leads over to B. We're talking about 4-year-olds here, right?
BP?
We're on the BP.
BP.
We're talking about 4-year-olds here, correct?
3 and 4-year-old.
Very bottom paragraph. Essential skills in the area of literacy, language, visual arts, health, physical development, science, history, socials. I literally changed this to areas of play-based learning and English language development. I think that saying that we're somehow putting a board policy that we're teaching 4-year-olds world science, history, music, I think it's a bit much for a 4-year-old, and I'm not going to get away with it, but I did change it to play-based learning and English language development because that's what I would expect a 4-year-old to be learning. I just thought it was quite expansive for what you're doing with a 4-year-old for a half or 3/4 of a day.
And much of that can be done through play.
Okay,
Did I hear computer science?
no, it's the only thing missing.
Mini JROTC.
For 4-year-olds.
So I
Trustee Brown.
I think I made my point.
Trustee Brown.
It was that good.
I was just going to say that the eligibility is so clearly defined in the AR that I don't think we have to worry about
Okay,
eligibility issues.
thank you. Do we have any other further questions or comments from the board?
So I have a question. We're on 5141.3, is that correct?
Correct.
4.8.
4148.3.
Oh, 5148.3. Okay. Nope, then that's fine. I already did that one. Okay, thank you. I will look through it.
Thank you. So we're looking for, if there are no further questions or comments, for a motion to approve Board Policy 5148.3. Moved by Trustee Brown and seconded by Trustee
I'll second.
Walker. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. B17, approval of first reading for Board Policy 5121, grades, evaluation of student.
It's going to be in the.
It's in the green section.
And this is Ms. Odell.
I'll give everybody a moment to find it.
5121.
It's the second policy behind the green section.
1, 2, 3.
Where's the green section?
Right here.
Yes.
5131.
It's page number 4.
It's here, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 5121.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Well, good early afternoon, Board President Marks and board members, Dr. Noguchi, my esteemed colleagues. My name is Lauren Odell, and I'm here to bring forward BP 5121, Grades, Evaluation of Student Achievement. So the board policy has been revised to include updated gamut language, as well as actually combining separate board policies for our two different districts. It's now in one policy together. Grades serve as a valuable instructional purpose, helping students and parents and understand performance expectations, identifying strengths and areas of needs of improvement. And whenever it becomes evident to a teacher that the student is in danger of failing a course, the teacher shall arrange a conference with the student's parents or guardian or send a written report. No grade of a student participating in a physical education class may be adversely affected due to the fact, because of circumstances beyond the child's control, they did not wear the standardized physical education apparel. Those are the main points we wanted to bring forward. I do want to say also that those two existing policies that separate the elementary grades from the secondary grades, we will bring forward to you in January for recommendation of deleting those, since they are now combined into this policy.
I have a quick question. What would you describe as a situation beyond the student's control as far as not having a PE uniform to wear?
If the parents couldn't afford one and simply were not going to be able to give the child.
Do we
those
have
clothes.
options where we provide clothing for students where parents can't provide them?
We do, yes. But there may be a time where the parent couldn't afford them between when they got them from the school, where they couldn't participate wearing those clothes.
Okay, so for getting them at home or for getting to wash them would not be valid beyond the student's control to wear these?
Well, if I was considering what my daughter might say about that, I'm not quite sure if we could say that it was beyond the child's control if they did not have the ability to access a washing machine or something therein. So I would leave that to the conversation with the administration and the family on what was going on personally.
Okay.
The language around dress and physical education basically boils down to we cannot require a student to wear a specific uniform without providing alternatives. For example, a school-specific PE shirt would also have to have a counter white T-shirt or
Gray
shirt or whatever that is. So we can't require a student to buy, but we provide recommendations, and then extenuating circumstances beyond that would be worked out through the school.
I know most programs also have loaner clothes, so when kids forget them or something happens, that there are clothes available for students who need them. Okay. Other questions? Trustee Walker.
Okay, I was actually using our old board policy on this for the last 3 weeks, and a bit of conflict. On page 5121B, my comment is this is going to require communication with teachers, because the paragraph essentially, this goes back to the CSBA session I was in on equitable grading. Third rail of instruction from how they open that conference up. Whenever a student misses an assignment or assessment due to either an excused or unexcused absence, he or she shall be given full credit for subsequent satisfactory completion of the assignment or assessment. That's going to be a big deal, because the current board policy is much vaguer. And when I copied it and sent it with my daughter to school, it was not received well. And I handed it off to the principal, and it was managed. This language is much clearer, and I think it's much more equitable. If you did the work, you ought to get credit for it, but there's going to need to be some communication out there, because the pushback I got wasn't mild, and it wasn't this stringent. So my recommendation was make sure we're communicating with teachers that this is the policy, because it's going to cause some folks to twitch.
Duly noted.
I think the key point there is that in the current board policy that it specifically lists excused.
Correct.
Shall.
Correct.
Accept work, which by default has been, if it's unexcused, teachers have not been required to accept it. So you are spot on, Trustee Walker, that this is a significant change from excused or unexcused. We would be accepting.
Correct. And we had excused, and I got pushback.
And any of our significant changes will need to be communicated with our personnel, because it's important that they know that there is a change.
And let me say, we are not alone in adopting this. This is
Okay, thank you. Trustee Newman?
Okay, I have a problem with the accepting homework from and accepting assignment from unexcused absence. I think, why is it required by state law? I think that kids will mess with this. There's at all ends of the spectrum, the kids will mess with this, and so that they can have more time to get something done and do things, or to avoid an assignment, or to they're. And I think that the school site needs to be flexible enough to make a rule that, hey, the kid that seems to have an orthodontist appointment every time I'm giving a test in physics, that's maybe a problem. That's going on. So, that student gets more time, and in this competitive environment that some of our students exist in, that's not fair. So why are we having to say unexcused? And the policy doesn't seem to allow some discretion for a site that recognizes there's a problem with students abusing this, to give them discretion. And I know that exists.
I think Dr. Noguchi has something to say.
So my recommendation is that we table this board policy and AR, so we need to table that as well. If this is such a substantive change for teachers, it's not my leadership style to just say this is it and now you need to go do it. We need to get some buy-in. We need to get some feedback from counselors and teachers. We need to run this through 2-3 months of talking with folks, because if not, there's going to be a rebellion on it, and then it's a policy that they don't actually use, or we can reinforce, which only makes our board policies not have the meat that we need them to have. So my recommendation would be to table this and to ask MTA for some recommendations on some folks that can be part of the discussion around outlining if they are with the unexcused, what are those parameters, or excused, what are those parameters? I think we need to get a little bit more clarification on this so we can get some buy-in.
I agree. Trustee Brown?
So can we also go back to CSBA and find out why gamut language has changed? Is there some kind of a state mandate that says we have to do it differently?
We'll look into that.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
I just wanted to go back. I was going to say the same thing the superintendent said about MTA. I wanted to see if we had consulted with MTA about this as well. So I think that would be a good idea. Also knowing what is specifically unexcused versus excused absence as well. Because there might be some areas where an unexcused absence, maybe, acceptable, because even though it was unexcused. So,
I would
delineating
add
those.
to that this is not in a situation where a student cuts that is outside of excused versus the legal term of excused absences and unexcused absences. It would not include anything that would be a student decided not to show up for that test.
Thank you. Trustee Newman?
As staff begins to look at this, I would encourage, this is a balancing of the teacher's purview, and, the professionals, a balancing of their right to administer grades as, they see fit. And then the idea of creating, fairness in our policies, and so they're equitably applied. So, so if we can articulate excused, or have another policy that we reference excused and unexcused, and then in their particular, give some discretion to sites, recognizing that some excused absences, if they're beyond a reasonable parameter, because I know some teachers have started policies that if you continually do this, where there's an orthodontist appointment every time I give you a test, and so that you get to take it later, that's a problem, and I will tell you that's happening. So. So that there's some discretion in there, and that we have some recognizing some ability. So we need to really reach out to staff, and particularly even our principals and leadership on that.
Thank you. Trustee Walker?
And I agree with Trustee Newman. My issue here was having just come out of that session at CSBA, where I got my mind all opened up to this concept, was that what is, and I think you just hit on it, what is excused and what is unexcused, and where does that fall in within the equity boundaries of a student who can't get to school or had home issues or whatever that conflict was that caused that particular house to get upside down on a given day or night of the week, that then said student A, B, C didn't make it, or that's sort of my perspective on this. Not the kid with the orthodontist appointment that I don't want doing it, but as part of that process, I don't want to lose the little one down the street who is 10, 12, whatever years old, who just had a horrible day at home for whatever reason, and it doesn't qualify as an excused absence, but in all reality, it had nothing to do with anything they did. They're just a little guy or girl at home that just got caught in a crossfire for whatever reason and would still do the work had they been given the opportunity. And that's sort of my take on this, is why. But at least I picked out the right paragraph that caused us to table this.
I think when we pull this and we work on this some more,
Yeah.
those questions will be answered.
Yep.
We need to look at both. So we have a couple more. So Trustee Irvin?
Yes, I just wanted to just reiterate what Trustee Newman said, because she depicted me. I would be that student. I'm sorry. My procrastination skills at the time when I was in high school, I would have been that student, and many of my peers would have taken advantage of that situation. And so, in order to prevent that, we have to figure some balance there, because just being honest, and naturally, teachers wouldn't have probably, been professing that board policy to the students at the time, had it been that in place, but that would have definitely been me.
Thank you for your confession. Trustee Lopez?
And I wanted to continue with what Trustee Walker was saying, because and really, and I'm glad that we're tabling this, because I mean, sometimes a lot of these things kids don't feel comfortable in sharing this, right? Mm-hmm. And they'll take that unexcused absent, right? And so, I mean, we have to be very diligent, and that might be the case. Some of these things people will not want to talk about, right? Students will not want to talk about things that might happen that are affecting their household, and so we need to be cautious of how we're allowing that, but we're not also getting into this scenario where it's
Abuse.
just abuse the rule, right?
So I'm looking for a motion, since we have no more questions or comments, that we table this for further discussion, both the BP 51132,
5123.
no, I'm sorry, 5121, as well as the AR 51,
We've already voted on that, but we
So,
will
okay.
consider it in our discussion.
so the 5121,
Come back to
that we table this and come back to it. So do I have a motion? Trustee Newman is moving this, and seconded by Trustee Irvin. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are moving on to BP 5131, conduct deletion of BP 5132, student conduct code.
I think we're one up.
Did we miss
No,
one?
we have not yet. We have not done the school attendance review board. I think that's the one that's up next.
511, I'm so sorry. Okay. 5113.12, district school attendance review board, SARB.
And that policy's one ahead of the one we just talked about.
Okay.
Let's do my introductions while you guys find it, and I'll talk really, really, really slow. Good mid-morning. Go ahead and find it. Yeah, Mark Herbst, going to talk about this. Board President Mark's on the phone. Vice President, etc. Let's move on this one. This particular board policy on District School Attendance Review Board, BP 5113.12. We actually do not have a current process in place yet. We have a very, very active school attendance review board. So it is definitely my recommendation that we add this with the corresponding administrative regulations, and I'm here to answer any questions about our school attendance review board.
Looks like it's all CSBA language.
It is.
So do we have any questions or comments concerning this board policy? Seeing none, I'm looking for an approval to accept board policy 5113.12.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Newman. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And now we are on to Board Policy B19, 5131, Conduct Deletion of BP 5132, Student Conduct Code 712.
Yeah, this one's going to be a
And
little.
it's
oh,
in
I'm
that
sorry.
same section, so it's just a 2 or 3 board policies, but it's just in that same section.
This one is going to be a little bit trickier. We do not currently have BP 5131, which you're going to notice that my recommendation is to follow the California School Boards Association language. If you flip back to the back of that BP, you're going to see, I believe it's page BP 5131E, to where it references how our student conduct code in grades K6, and then as properly notated BP 5132, which carries its own board policy, at least on the what we currently have in Modesto City Schools, and that's the Student Conduct Code 712. My recommendation, and it's because including the conduct code into board policy can cause numerous issues, and it has over the course of the years. My recommendation would be to pull the conduct code out of board policy, adopt California School Board's recommended language, and then any changes or revisions to the conduct code would be done with the Board of Education. It could be done a couple different ways. If it's something semantic or a new change in law, it can be provided through board communication. If it was anything of any types of substance, then we would do a formal board report on that. But my recommendation would be to take it out of the actual board policy, having our conduct code in there.
So does the
Any
current
questions?
one in our binder correspond with our code of conduct, or is
Yeah.
it different?
The one in your binder, that language is the language. The one thing that we couldn't strike through is imagine behind that would be our full conduct code, including the parental notification piece of that. Because our conduct code isn't just a conduct code. It's a parental notification. We use it for a variety of different reasons, including the conduct code. So it would be taking that, removing that from board policy.
Thank you. Questions on this one? I'm going to start with Trustee Newman.
All right, I see on number 4, BP 5131A, it says willful defiance. Is that still okay language as we move forward?
Willful defiance, it would be discrimination. Let me take a look. Board policies, administrative regulations. We are going to have to, as of January 1, adopt that to make a reflection of the grade levels where willful defiance cannot be seen as a suspendable offense. You can still provide some sort of discipline, however, you cannot suspend up through grades K8 beginning January 1.
Okay,
And the
so
language willful defiance is still part of our
we can
work.
still use
It's
those
just-
words.
We can
Yeah,
still
you
use
can
those
use the words, you just can't suspend for it.
It's just listed under prohibited student conduct. So
Okay.
there's no associated consequence in this language here.
It does not include suspension, but yeah,
suspension.
our conduct code will have to change. That is one of the changes that will be coming forward as of January 1.
But we can still say that, and
Yes.
we really don't want that behavior.
We still
So,
do not
that's good.
promote nor want willful defiance.
Thank you. Trustee Walker.
See, we picked up on the same thing, because you look down at number 6, obscene acts or use of profane, vulgar, abusive language, that gets into that willful defiance neighborhood, and I sat there and said to myself, how are you going to do that if you can't do this and you can't say this about that? And so that was sort of the one comment. The other one I had is on the very first cover page. Number 1 lists this whole sort of prohibited student conduct includes, but is not limited to, and there's a whole list of stuff. What I don't see there is illegal drugs. And it seems to me that we should sort of highlight whatever means we can to sort of keep some of these drug issues off our campuses, because California's made it extraordinarily easy to roll around with that stuff. But if we can,
It's listed under number 7.
Yeah,
trustee.
under number 7.
I think we got it in 7.
Oh, look, see,
Alcohol and other drugs.
good enough. It's a highlight to me because it's so easy to get to now, and it's such a big problem in my mind if we
Mr. Godot.
don't manage that. Other than that, willful defiance is not, but it is, but it ain't, and how you going to stop it? But moving forward.
I have a real concern about student behavior that we're seeing in schools today. And I personally feel that, we obviously need to follow state law and federal law, but I feel that sometimes we're tying the teachers' hands in their authority in the classroom and in student behavior. And I know we have to follow certain protocol, and I know there are things we have to do, but I'm a little concerned if we take this out of board policy completely and put it only into student conduct code, are we limiting our authority to support our teachers in what is and isn't allowed in the classroom?
I don't believe so in any way, shape, or form. Again, our conduct code is if you're speaking, I want to make sure I understand. Talking our conduct code, any material or change that I would be making, or that we would be making, I should say my division would be making, would still be going back to the board, either through a formal type of communication, or if it was a substantial change, I'd take it to a board report on it. So you guys will still be able to weigh in on those items. No, I do not believe it would limit you in any way. To your point on teachers and their thoughts on that, I would say I think you bring up a very, very valid point. The K8 willful defiance piece scares me.
So I think I'm going to go on record saying I think I would prefer to leave this in board policy, just so we have double security in what our language is. That's just my thought on it. Not sure how my fellow board members feel.
So let me understand. I have asked a question of Mr. Herbst.
Yes.
So are you suggesting that we take this board policy out and only have the code of conduct? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm suggesting that we adopt the conduct language as recommended by California School Boards Association, where Modesto City Schools has been unique. And I will tell you, based on research, I truly would say I believe we're one of the only districts that does it. Our conduct code, including the student information handbook, is actually part of board policy. It's actually listed back behind page BP 5132 and BP 5131E is our entire student code of conduct, as well as the parent informational handbook. So it's a combined document. My recommendation would be to fall in line with what California School Boards Association puts and take the conduct code in and of itself out of board policy. That's the only recommendation. Yeah, that's my recommendation.
So leaving, I misunderstood you. I'm so sorry.
Sorry,
Leaving
and
board
perhaps I didn't explain it
policy
well.
in,
Absolutely.
but taking this, that I would agree with.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So wait a minute. So I have a question on that then. Now whenever we have changed the rules on the student conduct and what the whatever the consequences are of their misconduct, we have voted on that. I voted on that for 13 times, because every time we change it, we change something in how we're going to and the why of what we're doing in our district. So that's an oversight for me as a school board member. What types of offenses you're going to be have consequences for, and the variations of consequences. So you're saying that that's been part of our board policy, which I believe has been a responsibility of the board in how our students act on campus, and then how the teachers need to respond to that and to protect our teachers from misbehavior. So you're saying we're going to take that out. Is that what you're saying? So when we say this one page, it's only one page on this document, 5131, that's our code of conduct book. Is that supposed to be the book?
5131.E, back behind it, it references that references our conduct code, which therefore means that any change in any way, shape, or form, including to the parental handbook, because it's part of the attachment, would therefore be going up to the board each and every time. And my hesitancy and that's why it's my recommendation. I mean, if you guys would prefer to do it, we can do it. I believe we can do it a bunch of other ways. Is minor adjustments on anything. Words, wordsmithing, this needs to change, this needs to change. If it's part of a board policy, it needs to come back to the board. And so, again, President Marks, I completely understand on any major revision of the conduct code. Hey, we're looking at how we're going to change these slew of consequences. My recommendation on how we would handle that is, as I said before, any change I'd still take up to the board, do it in the form of a board report to get your guys' input, or I would put it in something, and I'll just give you an example: K8 willful defiance. I could put that in a board communication. It's law. Unfortunately, we don't have we have no choice but to do so. And then obviously, if you guys wanted to take that and ask us to come and talk about it, we could do that at another board meeting.
And I just want to clarify, going along with Trustee Marks, you're referred a couple times to BP 5131E. My page is all crossed out.
Yeah, back behind E would be the K6 conduct code. So, and just again, the conduct code is a 100-page document. You don't see it, but back behind 5131E would be our K6 conduct code. Back behind BP 5132 would be our 712 conduct code.
Okay, Trustee Marks, I'm going to let you go, but I'm feeling, I think, in agreement with you about keeping those together. That's how I'm feeling. So I'm going to let you finish, and then I'm going to go to, when you're done, I'll go to Trustee Newman. She has the light on.
Okay, as a
Yes.
point, as a point of clarification, I think that if the student conduct code changes anything that we have listed in the BP 5131, so for instance, the student conduct code changes willful defiance of staff authority. We delete it completely. You know, that law changes and we have to delete it completely from the student conduct code. That has to come back to the board because this is part of board policy, which says willful defiance of authority may be grounds that we would have discipline for a student. Or, for example, if all of a sudden, you know, the student conduct code needs to change because state law changes and says, well, the kids can have marijuana on campuses, then that would need to come back because of number 7 to the board. So any of these changes in the student conduct code, which are articulated in these numbers, would have to come back to us, right?
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. So I think that what Trustee Marks is discussing, which is a very real concern, which is are we basically relinquishing our authority over the student conduct code? I would say no, because the student conduct code changes that impact these things that are articulated in numbers 1 through 13, I guess, or yeah, numbers 1 through 13 would need to come back to the board if they impact any of those 1 through 13. So that's my, so instead of having it in the board policy, the student conduct code, we have broad generalizations about in the 1 through 13. These are the things it covers. And so if it impacts that, it would have to come back to us.
I have a problem having changes, though, through a communication, which sometimes can get lost. I'm going to, Trustee Marks, if you'll hold on a minute, I'm going to go to Trustee Lopez. We're going to come back to you because I think you might have some more to say on that, but Trustee Lopez?
I just wanted to ask if maybe the conduct code can come as an AR to this, where it would come up to us if any change would happen, it would go in through our consent calendar, and then if there's a big change that anyone wants to bring up, we have the authority to bring it up and move it from out of consent.
That would definitely be another way of doing it. Any revision would then be highlighted to the board on an AR as a consent item. You guys could then look to see what the revision was. If it was semantics, if it was something like that, no big deal. If you guys wanted to pull it out for discussion, we'd be prepared to discuss. I think that's a great idea.
Trustee Marks, I'm coming back to you.
Yes, I still believe that it should be a board policy. I still believe that so we trust the staff that's there right now. If staff changes for some reason, it could end up not coming back to us because it's not a board policy. And every time a state law changes, it's very important that we as a board understand the new state law changes, the impact that it has on our students, and how the student conduct code needs to be revised in order to change that. Now, the state law might be a minor change. It might be something we're already doing, but I still believe that it's important that the board has that discussion and is completely aware of how we are working with our students. So when it is time, I would like to make a motion that we keep the board policy as it is on that 5131E. And whether I have support on that or not, I understand your position, but I believe that as overseers of the students in our district, this is one of the most important items that we do, and that's why we voted on it so many times.
I'm in agreement with you, and now we're going to Trustee Newman.
I have an idea. So as a compromise position. So I hear you guys on the student conduct code, and I hear the concern. I think it's real, especially Trustee Marks. You know, we trust staff, but then, you know, if it may or may not come back. So what if we had a line in this board policy which says, each year the board should approve that these policies are delivered to our families and to our students through a student conduct code, which is delivered each year at the beginning of the school year. Prior to that happening, the board would have an opportunity to approve the student conduct code that goes out to those families. So basically we're saying, instead of attaching it, instead of saying that it's part of the board policy, you're saying that it can't go out the door until it's been approved by the board. So that's kind of a way of, and we could do that through consent or not, but we could say that just add a line. And that would mean that we don't have it attached. We don't have it incorporated or attached, but we say in this board policy that before it goes out the door, it gets approved by the board. And because that's the way we communicate this policy with the public, and how we exercise this policy with the public is through that student conduct code. And so that would then be approved by the board.
My
That's the way I'm doing
apologies. Would it if it were still? Are you suggesting it still remain part of BP, or
No.
would you say, hey, would it go into more?
No,
like
it
what?
wouldn't be in either.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think it needs to be in either. I think what you say is basically what Trustee Marks is concerned about is relinquishing the authority over it. Okay. I don't think it should be attached to either, because then you have to revise the darn policy. If it's not attached, we don't have to revise the policy. But if we say that the right to look at it is the purview of the board, and that's in the policy, then you get to look at it every year. Then you don't relinquish that authority. And so, does everybody kind of understand what I'm saying?
I understand. We may be divided on this, and that's okay, because I don't see any reason to change it, any compelling reason to change it myself. But I'm going to hear from Trustee Walker.
I think that's the good compromise position. I think if you add the language in here that essentially says we review the code of conduct in July and we approve it in whatever, it would be like June or whatever it is, prior to August when the kids go back to school. And so it's an annual event, very similar to a first or second interim. Okay, it runs back through here. We look at it, we approve it. It's still in our purview, and then it moves forward, because I don't think we want to be messing with the board policy and the IR every time somebody changes the rule. It preserves our oversight, and it keeps things moving in a fluid manner. I don't think it changes that much, but I think you're right. We don't want to relinquish it. We just make it an annual event.
I would be fine with that as long as it's not in a consent agenda. I would want to physically look at
Correct.
it every year to see if there are changes.
And I think that's
So-
exactly what Trustee Newman's saying. I don't think we're talking about running it through consent. You bring it up and you say nothing changed. Are we good? Or you say these are the things we've changed between last year and this is why. And then we go aye or no.
I would be fine with that. Trustee Marks?
Okay, so, all right, I would be all right with it. So let's work on the verbiage of it right now, and let's put it in a paragraph in the first part of this board policy then, 5131, where we would add something to say that the board annually, well, where does it say annually? The board will review and adopt the student code of conduct. Does that sound like what you're asking for, Ms. Newman?
Yeah,
I think
I would
that's what I'm saying is a compromise. I think it should go after number 13, because then
Okay.
these are the things that are in the policy, and the board that these policies are reflected in the student conduct code and provided to the public in our student conduct code. And the student conduct code shall be reviewed by the board annually prior to its dissemination to the public at the beginning of the school year. I mean,
So I'm okay with that, but I would like it right after the second paragraph because it fits with the second paragraph. If you see the last line of it, students and parents, guardians shall be notified of district and school rules related to conduct.
Sure.
That's the student conduct code. So
that's
then
a
I
good
would
point.
state that statement that you have, and then go on and list that we would adopt the student code of conduct, and then go on to the prohibited student conduct include.
All right, thank you.
Did I hear
Instead of at the end.
after
Is
the
that
second,
okay, Ms. Newman?
yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
That's a good spot for it.
So let's go over
Alright.
that again so we can get that in writing. Do you have that, Mr. Herbst? Okay.
I just
Okay.
need to get clarification on the location. The board will annually review the student code of conduct prior to its dissemination, and then I didn't hear it to the public, but I had prior to its dissemination to the
Yeah, probably to the public. I mean, because we make it available online and we disseminate it to our students. And the students are required. So you guys who don't have kids, they're required in their classes to bring back the signature that the parents have received it. I have to sign that thing every year, so I do look at it before I sign it, and that is something that's required. Many of our teachers are great partners in this and require the students to bring it back as part of extra credit or part of credit for the class. And so we appreciate that, being partners with us in disseminating our rules and making sure that the parents are engaged in that way. Thank you.
So we need clarification on where we're going to locate that, Trustee Marks?
Second paragraph.
Yes.
After the word
Yeah.
conduct.
After the
And
second.
could Mr. Herbst add review and adopt? I don't believe he had the word adopt in what he read.
I did not.
All right. And then we're going to go to Trustee Lopez.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if there should be a timeline attached to that, because I know that we do offer it online, but I know that we have a physical form, and so the printing time on that is essential.
The only reason why exactly why I was kind of worried initially when I heard a date, I actually would prefer this only because that date on when we have to push it back and get that thing ready, I'd hate to be bound by a month and us have to get it out before. So having some flexibility there is actually helpful.
Perfect.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
So, Dr. West, as you mentioned your concerns for our teachers and the behavior in the classrooms, one thing that bothers me about this particular board policy is that it focuses on what is prohibited conduct, and I would really like us to take a proactive approach in our responsibility for training the students in appropriate conduct that ties in the values that are part of everything that we do in our district, and have that be part of our policy so that we're reinforcing positive rather than talking about what we can punish them for. So even if it's just one statement that references our district values.
My guess, and I apologize, I've reviewed a lot of the policies as it pertains to student support services, and we may not have it on the docket, but I believe that there are board policies coming that do that exact same thing and talk about the values and expected rules and behaviors and norms. It doesn't use a title of positive behavior intervention and supports, but it's along those lines. So I apologize. It is definitely not in this BP.
Which would be our character traits that we promote. I don't know where they went, but.
So I would think that just a simple reference to our character traits and positive reinforcement as part of conduct. Conduct is not, thou shalt not. The conduct should be, this is how we act appropriately in our schools.
It kind of does say we expect appropriate conduct that does not infringe upon the rights of others. I mean, it's sort of in that first paragraph, but it could be more positively stated.
I think that we can be more supportive of our teachers and in the behavior that happens in the classrooms if we're really focusing on the positive side.
So they may be in future policies, you're saying?
Yeah, well, I think it does come up. The other thing, and I know we don't have it attached to it, but our conduct code really talks about that in terms of behavioral expectations and what we promote, and the idea of teaching kids expected behaviors is in the current conduct code.
Trustee Walker?
I think I agree, and I think one of the things I linked to this is when superintendent was talking at our last board meeting about adding sort of soft skill classes, and you sort of look at how we put that piece together, and I think envisioning that idea is probably a high schoolish sort of course, but does it move downstream to our junior high and elementary schools as well? Because I think the thing that really drives me sort of nutty about this policy is that if you have a willful defiance moment and you're actually employed, you're now unemployed. And so it may be fine that we're saying you can have your moment and there's no consequence to it. When you get in the real world and you have a moment, the consequence is that you're no longer employed. And I think that when we start talking about soft skills and what's expected and resumes, and I think that course picks up some of that and sort of move it downstream, because I have the same concerns everybody else has mentioned about classroom behavior versus what's appropriate behavior. versus how do we promote what you're talking about, which is positive things. I think part of that is that course and that idea of this really is how you have to interact in the real world, which is separate from conduct
Well,
here.
we don't want to set our students up for failure because
agree.
we have the willful defiance K-8, and then all of a sudden they go to high school and there are different expectations and different boundaries, and so our students need to be aware that there could be some changes between 8th grade and 9th grade and what the expectations are, and so
I do. I think it sets them up. I think it sets them up in a very negative. It sets a bad sort of trackway through that anything's possible, then not anything's possible, and what behavior we allow or teachers have to deal with. If you translate that into the real world, they don't marry up very well. Because you have to be respectful to your coworkers and your peers and your neighbors and your boss and da-da-da-da. But yet there's this whole string that says you can just have these moments of blah. And so there's a disconnect there. And like I said, I think that bringing in soft skills and talking about how we teach that is a way to do that and connect it with real life. And it's in the hopper, I know.
thank you. I'm going to move to Trustee Lopez.
So, I was looking at the as a VP in the section E, and I was looking down at the adopted revised. It says there's some years that we go back 1 year, then we do 2 years, and we do 3. If we're doing this annually, does that open the book to anyone can scratch off, add, replace every single year, or are we just voting on what's on the table of the what's in front of us by staff of revisions, right? So I mean, because I mean, this is like saying like we're taking the budget and we're just gonna be able to add and subtract numbers. That's what it seems. That could be a possibility. So that's why I want clarification on how that's gonna look.
I would say there are different components within the handbook, and those components, for example, high school graduation ceremonies. That is by itself language in BP already, as well as extracurricular, co-curricular activities. It's not just in the code of conduct. There are separate and individual board policies, ARs around that. So while there are some elements of the handbook that could be revised, which I think is to the point that Mr. Herbst is making, that there may be some semantics around attendance that might not be grounded in a board policy that we currently could not revise without bringing it forward to the board. Whereas there are things that are very, I think what I'm hearing is the concern around evolving a policy that isn't necessarily aligned with what the board's wishes are without it having come to the board. And I think the vast majority of those items are outlined in board policy outside of the handbook board policy.
That's
So
correct.
Thank you.
Most of the what's in the conduct code is bound by BPs or ARs, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially in terms of adopting it. Yeah, but absolutely. And then I think that to the point that Mr. Godot is making, our conduct code, we refer to it as the conduct code. It truly is a student and staff handbook and conduct code. There's a whole slew of things in there that have nothing to do with student conduct, including graduation ceremonies, including our obligation under Section 504. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff in there that is not conduct code related. But yes, everything in there is grounded in it. You guys have actually weighed in on the conduct code before.
So that's and I guess then that brings me to the point. It's like, then why do we need necessarily have it come back into a regular, if we're making decisions on these already in the front end, the conduct code is basically the aftermath of all the decisions and various amount of VPs and ARs that we voted upon, right? And so and maybe I'm one of 7 here on this thing, but I don't see it why necessarily, unless it's something very like a landmark decision that we need to bring back in the conduct code into our discussion. But maybe I'm pretty clear that I'm probably the one of.
Trustee Newman may shed some light on this.
Oh, okay. So what we previously did is the student conduct code was part of the board policies, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, right. Okay, Marcus and Brad are shaking their head. Okay, so instead of having to revise the policy itself, what we're saying is we're going to take it out of the policy, so this policy doesn't have to come back.
Right.
So that's why there's been so many revisions on that, is because we were looking at that, and instead we're going to do because the student conduct code actually touches on so many different policies that it causes us to have to bring so many back. We just bring back that code, the student conduct code. Before we send it out, it's that second check by the board. And it's this is what we're sending out, this is what we're saying. And so the board kind of gets a say in it. I actually think it's going to be more effective than looking at the policy, because when we look at the policy, the board policies, it's hard to understand, well, what's actually being told to our parents. And so it's interesting for me as a parent, when I look through that, I realize, okay, that's from that policy. I can recognize where that comes from and all of that. But this way, it just kind of puts it together. This is how we're communicating. This is our primary means of communicating with the parents. It really is. This is a key document for us. And so the fact that we're going to take one look at it again before it goes out, I think it's a great move, as opposed to it being hidden in a board policy. It's approval like we do with a budget or anything else. It's going to be out and open. I think it's actually more transparent. So I think I think it's a good move for us. I'm kind of glad we kind of got to this place, and it's a good move. So that I hear your point, but we don't want to have to go back into policy, because policy is not what we're communicating to parents.
Right.
That document is.
Yes.
And I think
I
that
agree with that.
clarifies.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. And I think Dr. Noguchi has a
I
comment.
just have two things that I want to say. First, I would, while I recognize and understand the desire to have that, the handbook come back to you each and every year, the role of the board is to identify for staff the what, not the how. Now, certainly you guys give us guidance and support in the how. If by bringing that book back every year, you get down into the weeds in the how in each and everything that we are doing, I think that is going to be problematic at best. It isn't going to be, I could see this going from, I can't, I read it this one week, but I can't take action because there's so much stuff here, and we bring it back to you in January when it was too far ahead of the year that things have changed. I mean, I think that we just need to keep in context the role of the board and the role of staff. I think we could go down a deep rabbit hole there, but let's try it and see what happens. That's one. Secondly, I want to just clarify for anyone that actually may watch this video, right? When we talk about willful defiance, it's not that K-8 or pre-K-8, it's not that students don't have consequences for willful defiance. It's just that we're not now sending the kids home so they can go play on their video games and play with their neighbor and do all these other things, because over the course of many, many years, we recognize kids do things to be able to get out and to be able to go home. So the willful defiance in law is now defined, K-8, that you can't be sent home. Doesn't mean that there isn't a consequence. There's still a consequence as teachers and administrators work to modify the behavior of students so they can learn how to better be students and better behave in class. So it's not a carte blanche, but I just wanted to reiterate that, because it sounded as though it's kind of this free-for-all K-8, but it's not. We're just looking at things differently, and the programs that we're putting in with PBIS and such, and really training our teachers to work with students to modify behaviors that aren't helping them achieve.
And that needed clarification, so thank you for doing that. Take some more lights, and then take some more lights. Trustee Newman?
I think Dr. Noguchi makes a good point about it's not micromanaging. So what if we, in that additional language that we say about that, what if we say recognizing the role of the board, and then there's a BP on that, so we put in parens, cite it, so BP, there is a role of the board, BP, we've done one. And recognizing the role of the board shall annually, I know Trustee Marks wants review and approve. I don't, that's probably not a problem. The student conduct code prior to its, and then this addresses her concern about us, having this drag out till January, which is a problem. That it makes it useless. This is one of our most important documents. So timely, we put the word timely before disseminate, so that we recognize it has to be done timely to the public. And so I think that maybe helps some of those concerns.
I'm gonna ask one more time. I got it. Recognizing the role of the board, and I want to say I heard what number?
Board bylaw 9,000.
9,000. Okay.
and then you just put that in parens. And then you just keep the same words, and then just put timely before dissemination, so we qualify dissemination timely. So, because it's useless if we don't deliver it timely.
So recognizing the role of the board, 9,000 board bylaw, the board will annually review and adopt still the student code of conduct. prior
And
to
is
its
review and
time-
adopt too broad? I mean, what does Dr. Noguchi think of that? Is it?
No, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. I think the parameters that you're putting on in just recognizing the role of the board and giving guidance, in just the process we're working through here, if we gave you that book every single year, it's 100 pages long. We could spend meetings going through it. So I think that the preface of where we've referenced the 9,000 bylaw, I think that's fine.
Okay.
So I have no other lights. Trustee,
Question on the same wording. What if we take the word review out and say adopt? It's understood we're going to be looking through, but our job is not to wordsmith every page of it. Just put
Approve or adopt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think and that's kind of where I'm thinking too. I'm thinking eliminate one of those words.
Yeah.
So either approve or adopt. I'm open. Which one?
It's just us saying we agree and we move forward unless there's a disagreement.
Okay.
And my guess is this board or any other board, if there's gonna be a disagreement, it'll happen before we get to the board and it'll be known and we'll keep moving forward.
Lee, which room? I apologize. Which room? What word?
Adopt. So you take out review and approve. It's just a word adopt.
I think those of us in the room seem like we are finally on the same page. Trustee Marks, I want to give you a chance to have questions or comments.
Okay. I actually like the word approve because we're voting on it, and it's allowing that authority still to take place. Instead of adopt, I'm fine with taking the word out, review. I believe, though, just to clarify, when we do those student codes of conduct, usually it's only a section that we're looking at. It's a search and change in either student behavior or a new board policy, and it's being revised to fit into the student code of conduct. And then we go through that and just make sure that that section fits with our concerns or how we see it being adopted. So let's just say 10 years ago, we went through this cell phone use one, and I saw that was in one of our board policies we're adopting now. But when the cell phone use became a problem in schools, we had to add that into the student code of conduct. So when we did, we as a board had a discussion on what we determined that should be, and we made a new policy that went into that student handbook. And so that's how we revised it. So that's all I'm asking. It'll only be a section. It wouldn't be 100 pages at a time. It would just be a couple of pages usually, or a small section of it that is revised, and then it's approved by the board to go into effect for the students and for the parents to know what that new change is. So that's all. I just wanted a clarification, but I agree with the new language that you said and taking out review, but I just asked if we could keep approve, because that's what we do when we vote, we approve.
So is everyone okay with approve rather than adopt?
I like the word adopt, just because approve. Yeah, it applies approval, but adopt is that we're basically, it's more deferential to the recommendation of staff, and I think that's basically, this is just a check on it. We're going to have to revise board policies when the law changes on each of these that would be reflected then in the student conduct code. It's just another check on what we're communicating to the public.
Can you say approve and adopt? Would that satisfy both?
I think we should say one or the other.
If adopt means vote on, I'm okay with that. I'm just concerned that it might be in a consent. And if there aren't any changes, then of course it's going to be in consent. If there are changes, those changes would come to us as these are our recommended changes from staff for revising the student code of conduct, which we do periodically, obviously. Sometimes it's every year and sometimes it's every 2 or 3 years. So it just depends on what issues have come before the board.
Okay. If you're okay with adopt, then I think we're on the same page.
All right.
We're going to
I'll concede to adopt.
Thank you, Trustee Marks. We're going to be going to lunch after this, so I think everyone will be
Okay.
happy. So I think we're ready to go to a motion to accept the board policy 5131 with the addition of the language. Do we need Mr. Herbst to read it again? With the addition of the language we had discussed.
I can.
So we're looking for a motion to approve this. Moved by Trustee Newman and seconded by Trustee Lopez. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous. Yay. So that is approved. And is everyone okay with taking a lunch break? Of how long do we want? Half hour?
Half hour?
Half hour for lunch break. We will adjourn.
All right, I'm optimistic we can get through this one relatively quick. BP 5131.9 is not a board policy that we have. BP 5131.9 covers the topic of academic honesty. It's a one-page document. The language comes straight from, with no revisions to the recommendations by the California School Boards Association. I'm here for questions.
Questions or comments on 5131.9? I'll give everyone just a minute to glance through it. Seems pretty self-explanatory.
No AR.
Trustee Newman?
This is increasingly an issue for our students, and different schools I know have different policies on how they'll deal with it, particularly the plagiarism issue. We're using a program called Turn It In Modesto High. I think some of the other high schools are doing it too, which is a computer program to look at whether a document that the student has made has too much material that has been borrowed or let's say, from somebody else. And so the policy is really, just pretty broad. I think it covers it. The issue it raises for me is just that there be, as I've seen this play out with students, is that there be some communication about this expectation and what it means. There'd be some education about what it means to plagiarize, what it means to do this, because there's so much information that's out there that students have a hard time differentiating. Can I look at this site? Can I look at this? Because there's stuff out there that they shouldn't. That if they borrow from that, it is a problem. So I don't know how we can do that. Maybe that's through an AR, maybe that's through a site issue. It's just, I just want to acknowledge this is a bigger, broader issue than just our statements here. While our statements cover the issue, there's a lot going on. Yeah. And our students, the expectation that they have to keep up on this is high, and their stakes are high. And they're not really there. It's moving so fast. I'm not sure we have a mechanism to train them to discern. And I don't know how we fix this. It's just when we're addressing this in a policy, I just need to state it, that this is a bigger issue. I almost think it comes down to in each classroom, each teacher that can address it for this particular topic. Hey, students, don't look at this. This is a problem if I see information that comes from what it looks like it's coming from this site. And then I just don't want our policy to restrict a teacher's right to do that and then to discipline from that. And then there'd be some transparency there. But this is a big issue, and it's increasingly a big issue for our students as they move into this world.
I can't speak for every class, and I think Mr. Godot is going to say the same thing. I know that our teachers do cover the fact of plagiarism and that stuff, and it is obviously access to information is immediately accessible. On the flip end of it, please don't think that this restricts us because it doesn't have consequences, et cetera. This is still listed in our conduct code. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we have consequences for academic dishonesty.
Trustee Brown?
Yeah, this issue is so technology driven.
Yep.
When you consider the opportunities every student has to cheat using their cell phones, whether that be taking pictures during an exam or any way of sharing answers, cell phones and technology just explodes the opportunities for our students to cheat.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
Do we have something that spells out what academic dishonesty means, examples? Also, what plagiarism is. I know students that don't even know what that word means.
I think Mr. Herbst alluded to the fact that teachers normally, the teachers I've known they go over it in their classes at the beginning of the school year to talk to students about.
That
Yeah, I know going
Definitions
over
of-
it is one thing, but explaining what that means is a whole totally different ball game. When you say, hey, if they just went over it like we just did here, I will not cheat, lie, plagiarize, or commit other acts of academic dishonesty. To me, the specifics are left out if they don't give examples of what that, what that is, what that entails.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Trustee Newman mentioned turnitin.com is one way in which teachers are providing those lessons around what is plagiarism. For example, a student may pull information or work from another source, not of their own, and that program will highlight, it will turn different colored words as they show up. So for example, I'm a student, I go into the World Wide Web and I pull out information from a website and I just cut and paste and I drop it into my work, my essay, my paper. Turnitin will actually highlight that and show it as coming from another source. And if the student has not cited it properly, then that becomes, so that's part of the process I think that you're talking about, is how are we teaching our students, what does it mean to have academic integrity? That's part of that teaching and learning process. And that happens in not just English classes, but social science, a number of different courses.
Classes as well. So if a student borrows part of a lab from another student, so if they all look too much alike, that's all part of that.
I would bring that, commits other acts of academic dishonesty as kind of a catch-all if you want to start splitting hairs around what is cheating, what is lying. It just gets back to that academic integrity. Was it your work? If it wasn't your work, did you claim that it wasn't your work, et cetera?
Thank you. Seeing no other lights for comments and questions, I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 5131.9.
So moved.
Was moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Newman. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. B21 is the proposed draft of Board Policy 5141, Healthcare and Emergencies.
And this is the very front of your binders. Three board policies in.
Everybody there? All right, BP 5141, Healthcare and Emergency. Again, information that we do not currently have as part of our board policies. This covers very relevant processes, including do not resuscitate orders and our the requirements on there, and then the process in the AR. But it also covers provides some guidance on the AEDs that we currently have in our schools and at various locations throughout the district. So it's my recommendation that we approve this. There is no changes from the recommended California School Boards Association language. Questions?
Trustee Brown?
Yeah, the language in this policy indicates that we might have some liability by providing AEDs. And I'm just curious if the district has addressed the potential of that liability, and what have we done about that? It has nothing to do with adopting the policy.
Yeah, I mean, we knew back when the AEDs were adopted by the board that there was potential for liability. We meet or exceed any of the standards in terms of maintenance and checkups on those AED devices, et cetera. We are above in terms of the individuals that we train. You're required to train one person per building. We do more than that. So in terms of, I think with anything, there would always be potential liability, but I'm comfortable and confident in our health services department and the work that they have done to make sure that we go above and beyond any of the statutory requirements regarding AEDs.
Thank you.
Trustee Walker?
And Mr. Herbst caught the thing that I already made a note over here about because it stuck out to me. A minor in a school in K through 8 or K through 12 with a DNR, that just stands out as crazy wild, just in my mind. Is that something that's ever I just trying to process that in my mind is.
We currently, and I can only think of the medically fragile kids that we work with, typically students with disabilities. At this time, we do not have any DNR orders on any of the kids within the district, but we have had them in the past. It has not been on anybody K8. We've actually had somebody in our adult, they were over the age of 18 in a medically fragile class over at Bayer High School, and they had a DNR order.
But it's certainly something that's extraordinarily rare, I would think, because
is.
it just
It
seems
is.
so. When I read it, I had to get up and sort of take a walk and go, why and how would that ever happen with somebody that young?
I could see where we would have a student potentially on home and hospital instruction.
Yeah.
That might be in an environment where we're providing instruction under that, where they may have a DNR based on whatever those situations might be.
Just not something I ever expected to read in the board policy.
Thank you. Trustee Brown?
Just recall that there may be some religious restrictions against receiving medical care as well. We have to take that into
Good point.
consideration. Is that addressed here at all?
Well, you're talking about it from a DNR perspective? Oh. No. And I'm trying to think of when it would. We would have to have something on file that gave clear specifics in terms of, hold on for 1 second, I want to check the AR before I comment.
Yeah, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that we're permitted to provide any medications or anything like that unless we have parental authorization on file. So
That's correct. If you're looking at it from that standpoint, absolutely.
general first aid care, I think, would be about as far as that would go.
Yeah,
Band-Aids
we
and-
would have any drug that we would administer would have had a doctor's order and be administered by a nurse or somebody licensed or trained to do so. Beyond that, it's basically a call to 911, and it is, Brad, thank you for the clarification and help. It really is general first aid. There's not other medical type care that we would be providing out there.
And more than likely, we may have a 504 plan for a student who has additional specific medical
Absolutely,
needs.
yeah. They would be notated on their health plan if there was anything specific that had to happen, or their IEP.
Thank you. Trustee Walker?
And I think what Trustee Brown's getting at is coming up in just a minute. We have another board policy in just a few minutes that talks about medications and asthma management and what you can and can't have. And I'm guessing that picks it up, which I think is what Mr. Herbst just alluded to. It's a pretty tight rope unless it's an inhaler.
So if we have no further questions or comments, I'm looking for an approval for Board Policy 5141. Moved by Trustee Lopez and seconded by Trustee
I'll second it.
Urban.
Urban's got it.
Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Waiting for Trustee Marks. Did we lose you? Cindy, are you?
Sorry, I'm here. I have on mute. I said aye, and you didn't hear me.
Okay,
Aye.
That's that
okay.
mute button.
Opposed?
I want to know if she raised her hand.
I did not, but I will now.
Approved unanimously. All right, moving on to board policy, we're on number 22, which is board policy 514121, and I believe we are also discussing AR 514121.
Correct. BP 5141.21 and the corresponding administrative regulations, which we actually do have a board policy in, so it's kind of the merge between the two. It's administering medication and monitoring health conditions. I'd like to apologize to the board. There is two corrections that I want to make. I asked that the AR be pulled because there's a section on this BP and a section on the AR that was inadvertently lined out, and I want to make sure that we do not line that out. So just for a reference, on BP 5141.21 on the BP on the second page, you're going to see the first paragraph that's lined out has to do with the availability of hydrochloride, basically opioid addiction, et cetera. That part was meant to be lined out. Okay. The second paragraph below that should not be lined up. The one that says the superintendent or designee shall collaborate with city and county emergency responders. We do that regularly. That was a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in my notes.
That
This was on my list. This was on my notes.
These are ones that a few of us were looking at as well, and I had that one down as why are we taking that out?
Yes, that was a mistake.
I have also a couple other questions.
What else? Did you have other?
Yeah, I just want to go to the
I'm so
AR.
sorry.
That's okay. Just on the AR now, if you can go to that part. 5141.21D. We
Behind the red. 51, 41. 51,
41. It is behind the red. It's the first, second, third. It's the fifth one. And it's the first
The
red.
first red.
First red, fifth one in.
Okay. Okay.
For those of you guys that are on that page, it's 5141.21D. Again, that section was misread. That actually currently is our procedures when and if we have an individual who is not an employee of the district or administer medication with parental consent. So we do that with parental consent, and that was inadvertently
What page
lined
are you
out.
referring to?
5141.21D.
D.
D like in Daniel.
D is D like in Daniel.
It's that whole
Thank you.
crossed out section. Should be crossed out. Okay.
Oh, I apologize.
The first D?
I did not catch that. Yes, that would be the first D.
Okay.
There's nothing crossed out on the second page. On the first page with the D, I have to make a note of that. That should not be crossed out.
Including 1, 2, and 3?
Correct. The paragraph, including 1, 2, 3, which spells out our process for how we handle it.
Marks, did you hear that?
I believe so. So all of the lined out items on item D, the first one, are to stay.
Correct.
Okay.
And now I'm available for questions.
I would like to, if I may. On several of these, it's the wording that says, I'm looking at Board Policy 514121 on page 1, the last paragraph, talking about the medication during school or school-related activities, the superintendent or designee shall develop protocols. And we have that phrase listed throughout several of these, and I'm okay with that, but I'm wondering, is the superintendent going to be personally involved? And I know it says designee, but it just seems odd to me that the superintendent is in all of these, and I don't know if is that on purpose? Do we need to keep that?
Yes. So, state of California has 1,000 school districts, and there's many school districts that are 1,000 students and below. So, in some instances, the superintendent is doing that.
That
So, this
is.
since this is written for
Okay.
global, it's addressing
Okay.
those superintendents that do this work.
Okay. On the second page, 514121A. The 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down, the big one. When allowed by law, medication prescribed to a student by an authorized healthcare provider. Do we need to define this? Because authorized healthcare provider, could that be, what do we mean by authorized? Does it have to be a medical doctor? Because I think there's a lot of loopholes that parents could say, this is my authorized healthcare provider. Will we have a problem with this? I just have a concern.
I don't
It's not
think
defined.
so, because an authorized healthcare provider by way of medication, and I'm just thinking of some of the stuff that's currently around, we would be covered on where my mind is going. Authorized healthcare provider, but just to give you an idea, that wouldn't be somebody like a medical doctor. Would be, let's say, it's somebody, a psychologist or psychiatrist who's able to administer medication.
Okay.
It's covering those people that are authorized to in the state of California to prescribe medication.
Okay, I'm thinking of at the CSBA conference, we were looking at new laws that are coming up. And one of them was the distribution of marijuana-based products. And so it says it's up to the board members, if allowed, parents can come onto school campuses, administer the medication as long as it's removed afterwards. And so I just want to authorized healthcare provider, could be open to a lot of different interpretations. So
This, in order, and I'm glad CSBA brought that up. If in fact we were to ever move down that direction, then I would be taking that back to the board for your guys' consideration. We would not be doing that until we had board approval to move in that direction.
And then my last one was on B, 51412.21B. Second paragraph down, it says the superintendent or designee, and I noticed we have this changed from shall to may, maintain documentation of training and supervision, verification, et cetera. I don't mind leaving in may, but I'm going to strongly recommend that we do maintain documentation, because I think if we don't show that we've trained people and we've documented what's happening, we're leaving ourselves open to a lot of potential problems.
Yeah, the only reason why it's in there on a May standpoint is our nurses do run around, and it's the substitutes where we have trouble, because it's typically with medication administration, the stuff to where we have trained personnel. So our nurses are running around during the day to get over to place and train a substitute. We typically track, and we track the site staff that are there on the year to year. Every year they receive their training. We have record of that. It's the substitutes all over the place when we have them where it became May based in our recommendation.
Because medication errors can be
Sure.
huge. So those are the only questions that I had on that board policy. So I don't know who was first, so we're going to go ahead and go with Trustee Walker.
All right, you covered one of mine, the last one just now, because I was worried about the may versus shall in documentation. The only other one I have a question on is on page B. The crossed out paragraph that we've still left crossed out, and it happens not just in this one, but in other ones. Why are we not doing this on A? Why are we not doing this Maxone hydrochloride sort of opioid issue, given how big of an issue that is, just nationwide at this point? It just stuck out to me, is that given the visibility of that issue.
I think it's the recommendation, and again, from a board perspective, if you guys would like us to move in that direction, that would obviously be, I'll just give you the recommendation for myself and health services. We have a lot of we'll say medical related devices, or not devices, but items within a school system. So we have to train for the AEDs, the defibrillators, that, I didn't say that right, but either way, AEDs. We also have the EpiPens that are now required. The opioid requirement would maintain that we also must carry those within on school premises. And actually, if you read the law, it goes a little bit further, which would basically mean if something were to be happening around the block of any one of our school sites, a layperson from the public can come in and say, hey, I think there's an overdose, we need to have your opioid pen. At the recommendation of Aurora, our chief nurse, and myself, I if it is not a requirement, I don't see. I feel like we're crossing into a line and then engaging in more and more training, and with potential confusion in terms of, okay, wait a second, there's a person down not breathing. Is it an AED? Is it a potential EpiPen issue? That's my 2 cents.
I was curious. I figured there was a reason. I just didn't know it.
That's the reason.
And that makes sense, because it's one more thing to track, one more thing to keep up with, one more way to get in trouble. But it just sort of flagged out in my mind is that really is an issue out there, and hopefully it's not a big issue on our campuses given all the other things. But it certainly flagged in my mind given how much attention the media gives to this issue. And
thank you. Just to clarify, I'm not aware of any opioid overdose we've had on our campus since I've been in the district.
Thank you. Trustee Newman?
This policy pertains personally to me, and I just want to my student, because my son carries an EpiPen. He's allergic to bees and wasps stings, and so we've been doing this for years. He did get stung one time at school, even. It reflects exactly what I've been doing. So with our district, so I just kind of want to say, like, I don't see any change in what I've been doing with them. I have a form every year. He carries it himself. We fill it out. I get it right at the beginning of the school year. The nurse is great about it. I go in, I meet with her and tell her what he's doing. And so this is, and we've been to 3 school sites with this issue, and this is the same procedure. So am I right that we aren't changing anything by this? This sounds like it's all the same.
Absolutely no change.
Yeah, and I have to say our nursing staff is tremendous with regard to this, does a tremendous job. Right away, I know it's coming, so I'm like, oh, we got to pick up that form, and I know that we're gonna need that, so I try and time my appointment with the allergist so that it's all done and in their hands as soon as possible at the beginning of school year. So I think that for those of us who have students that need this, I think it's great we keep this in place. I think we have a good protocol, and I would, in terms of that issue that Trustee Walker brought up, with the opioid issue. It's really important for our staff, given the number of students, because when my son's EpiPen goes in that drawer, I mean, there's like 100 other of them. There's a lot of them in there, and so and there's a lot of these students. So we have to understand there's just quite a few students that are presenting with these life-threatening issues that they can't do anything about, and so to add something else to our staff is at this point for me not appropriate. I appreciate the staff's discretion in that, and I support that, not taking that on at this point. So as a parent who needs this to be available, I just want to add in on that.
Thank you. Trustee Lopez?
I just wanted to ask the reasoning behind deleting the on BP 5141.21B. It's the area in black. Why that was retracted?
Again, I think that's the same section on the substitutes. I may have mentioned it. Forgive me if I didn't. On this particular one, we train each and every year the school staff in the front office in terms of how to medication administration, et cetera. What we don't track is the log of the substitutes who come and go from a school site. And how I explained it before is the nurses will typically, let's say that we have any type of situation at a school site, our nurse that's close will go running. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think it's that one. I think it's on. It's the
B.
B. It's the black. It's a black letter.
Oh, I
lettering.
apologize.
Yeah, that's what I wrote. Of like, was it redundant?
Yeah, I believe it's already mentioned up above where it talks. Yeah, it's mentioned up above. My apologies.
No, I even wrote it right there.
So, see no more lights unless Trustee Marks has anything.
Yes, I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
I wasn't able to hear Mr. Herbst on all of his answers, but I'll do my best. So first question is on Board Policy 5141.21A. So it's the A.
Mm-hmm.
That third paragraph that's lined out, did you say we are keeping that one?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we are.
Okay, just checking on that because I had a note on why are we taking it out. Okay, I thought I heard you say that, but I wanted to make sure I was clear on that. And then on the AR, I had a question on the B page also, the B like in boy. That first paragraph that's lined out. So it's and why was it lined out?
Yeah, it's again on the AR. This is a perfect, great question, right up my alley. To give you an example, let's say a student had broken their arm and a student was prescribed medication and we had a system in place. We wouldn't go up to that family and say, by the way, you may be eligible as a kid for a 504 plan. Typically, our site is well trained in terms of if we have anything that is of long-term nature, we recommend a student success team and or the nurse to get involved for any potential 504 eligible kids. We wouldn't come to every student who needed medication and say, hey, by the way, you may potentially be eligible as a child under Section 504. So that's not our current policy. We would run that through student success team meeting.
Okay. All right. I only because I know there's a lot of parents that may not be aware of their opportunities to have an IDEA, and I'm in a group that has asked for that with the Dr. Parker group, which is now I got the new name. But anyway, I was wondering why that wasn't the case. So when I say requires medication, to me it would be a student that might be on medication not for a broken arm, but for some other, might be for ADHD or something like that. And they may not even be aware that there's an IDEA that they could work with the staff on for accommodations for their child.
Sure.
That's why I was asking that question.
Sure. Our nurses they go through 504 training on that very issue every single year. So a kid who's, say it's seizure medication, ADHD, et cetera, a lot of times that can trigger our child find obligations. So therefore, again, we would run those kids through student success team meetings. But we don't routinely say that on any child who's prescribed medication.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was all that I had on those.
Thank you. So seeing no more lights, I'm looking for a motion to pass BP 5141.21 and AR 541.21. Moved by trustee Newman and seconded by trustee Lopez. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to B23. This is Board Policy 5141.23, which is asthma management. And do we have a corresponding AR with this one? We do not. So, Mr. Herbst?
There is one.
We do. Yeah, we do.
It hasn't been
It was
pulled.
not one that was pulled.
What that was pulled. Yes.
Okay. So BP 5141.23 deals with asthma management. We currently do not have a board policy on this. It is recommended with just some few adjustments, and I'll be happy to explain those adjustments. Oh, actually, it was in the administrative regulations. 5141.23 is basically coming straight from the recommendations of the California School Boards Association. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Trustee Walker?
See, this is where I get to copy from trustee Newman. This is where I have a student in this program, and I don't think anything's truly changed here. At least the way we've done it is very similar to what she described with the EpiPen, except it's an inhaler. It comes from the doctor. It goes to the school nurse's office as a backup, and then the student still has the ability to carry one in the pocket.
Correct. We're not changing anything from our existing procedures that we have in place currently.
Now, if I can only get the healthcare provider to keep letting me get the inhaler with a prescription, I'd be good. Separate issue, but now they're cutting that off. God bless healthcare in America. Now be quiet.
There are other questions or concerns from the board? Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 5141.23. And trustee Brown, seconded by trustee Irvin. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to B24, which is approval of 5141.27, and I believe we've pulled the AR for that one as well. And so, Mr. Herbst?
Yeah, 5141.27 deals with food allergies, special dietary needs, and kind of interweaves the relationship or potential relationship with Section 504. Again, in this particular instance, we did not have any current board policy or administrative regulation on this very topic. So we took the information from California School Boards Association. I do not believe we made any recommendations of changes on the board policies, but did make some minor changes on the administrative regulations that I'll be happy to talk to after consulting on with Chris Atwell and Aurora Licciadini, nurse chairperson and also obviously senior director of nutrition services.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Sorry, I have a couple. I think it's important, and I don't know that we might need to include it. It talks about staff. This is the first page, second paragraph. Talking about basically letting our staff know what's going on with any kind of food allergies. Says education of staff. I just think it's really important to note that substitutes need to be aware of this as well, because sometimes we have subs who come in and it's not in the lesson plans. And I know when we went to the CSBA conference, trustee Mark's friend was telling me about her child who was severely allergic to peanuts. And so it could be a life or death situation for some of our students.
Great point. We actually we attempt to, and again, the substitutes will always be a challenge. Not that there's not work that can't be done or that we're not doing, but we have sent out guidance on insisting that teachers on their lesson plans, on their subplans, include any relevant information. Allergies is obviously one of the more significant ones, but even the fact of an IEP 504 plan with a copy of it there so that person's aware. Again, it is an area to where there's always room for improvement, but yes, we do know, yeah, it's something that we're aware of, that we take proactive steps to address.
Okay. All right. And then just the last paragraph on page A, it talks about the food services program and that they're talking about accommodating individual student diets if they're not supported by a statement from the student's healthcare provider. Is this going to have a huge impact on our district food services? I know they have a lot on their plate, and when we have individual plans, how does that work?
No, I think if it may be a misread, or if not, I'm not understanding the question. The district's food service program may, but is not required to accommodate an individual student preference or diets that are not supported by a student's healthcare provider. So if Chris were here, Chris reviewed this language. I believe what that would mean is they're under no obligation of, let's say, for example, let's use me, for example. I don't like cheese. I can't stand the taste of cheese. Everybody knows I hate cheese. Chris doesn't need to do anything with me because I hate cheese. You see what I mean? I guess that if Chris wanted to do something and choose to do it, he could, but he's not required to.
But if your healthcare provider said something, that's what my concern is. What would be the possible ramifications if a healthcare provider submitted a statement? How then would that possibly affect our food services? What if we all of a sudden have a bunch of students who are going to the healthcare provider saying, little Mark doesn't like cheese, and so we need to rearrange our whole menu?
I would say didn't like. Chris would probably say isn't going to fly. Mark is allergic to is going to probably fly.
Okay, so that's all. I just want to make sure that we're not opening a Pandora's box for. Okay, and those were my only questions. So, Trustee Newman?
Okay, that brings up another question for me, which is, okay, so we have a student with a severe peanut allergy, and so our food services is put aware of this, that student A has a peanut allergy. So what are we doing for that student? Can you kind of walk me through it so I understand whether our policy
whole slew
covers?
of things. School nurse is typically involved. We will typically go into any classroom where that individual is at. We usually say, I don't want to miss any big points. We go into the classroom, we send information out, we actually have two. One of them over at Lakewood comes to mind, and another student at another school. But we send information back out to the families saying that we have a student, not identifying anybody that has an allergy. Please don't provide this to your child. And we basically ask them to rally around it.
Like a peanut-free zone.
Correct, absolutely. Okay. That's how we try to set it up. Section 504 is very... when it comes to the rights of students with peanut allergies, we really have to do our due diligence to try everything to keep that kid
safe
and inform, without divulging too much in terms of confidentiality, without parent permission, what it is that's going on and the reasons why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So we inform the parents of the students, the teachers informed. Then in terms of food service, I've never heard Chris particularly talk about this. Chris Alwell talk about is our food made so that there's no cross contamination?
Yeah.
I thought so, but I wasn't totally sure. I just want to
cross contamination is always tough just because of processing. Processing. Sure. He'll be the first to tell you, and he would also probably be the first to tell you that when it comes to nutrition services with peanut allergies, very, very rarely. I don't know for sure if they're preparing a meal for any of our kids with peanut allergies right now. Typically, the families provide their own meal. Typically, but if he were asked to do so, then he would do everything in his power to create a meal that would not have any potential for peanuts coming across it.
Okay. And I just want to, like, based on what you said, I just look back at this policy. So this last sentence mean the district's food service program may, okay, it's basically permissive for us to accommodate the student if it's just a preference, but it's not permissive. It's required if the student's diet is something the healthcare provider tells us that he has to have.
Yeah, I mean, and if a healthcare provider provides it in order, and we would ask questions, obviously, if it was, again, that a healthcare provider said, you don't have to provide cheese because Mark doesn't like it, I would probably say we would get involved and ask for release of information, try to talk to the healthcare provider. But if it's a dietary restriction because there's something medically wrong with me, then it would kick into the other.
And then we're required to accommodate that. And is every student that has a peanut allergy like this, do they have a 504?
Yes. I mean, I typically hear and know about the students that have peanut allergies, and I could tell you that, I mean, I guess there perhaps one that isn't, but no, it's would be, yes, my guess is that every single one of them are covered under Section 504.
And that's our best way to keep that student safe. So are we communicating that to parents, that if we learn of that on a school site, we learn, the parent briefly mentions it, we got student A that's like this, little, great, great student. There's nothing, they're the top student in the class. They got a peanut allergy. Parent briefly mentions it to the secretary. Is our staff trained that, oh, hey, you need to talk to, or a teacher trained that you need to talk to somebody in your
Absolutely, because
department?
the peanut allergy would triggers the need for a health plan.
Yeah.
That health plan then becomes attached to the 504 plan. The kid could be in all AP classes, could be in the IB
Yeah.
program. They're still going to get a 504 plan that has that health plan attached to it that recognizes that individual has a disability.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to walk through. I don't see anything in this policy that restricts any of that, but I don't see anything in the policy that informs the public of that. But the AR and our sites are trained to make sure that goes through that process. Because I want to make sure if a student has that kind of issue, I want to make sure that the staff that it goes through this process so that we can provide the most safety.
Absolutely. Any type of allergy to food would go through. School nurse would get involved. Chris Atwell is notified from a nutrition service. And anytime we get that information, yes.
Okay.
And I don't know of any parent whose child has that kind of allergy that casually mentions it to the school nurse. They usually are pretty on top of it and make sure.
I would think so, but you never
You
know.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Yeah, this policy addresses food service, but I'm curious how this would affect class parties or things where food comes in from an outside source.
Well, it's funny because from our wellness policy, we're really not supposed to bring in stuff from the outside. So we've got a wellness policy that's board approved, et cetera. But I will tell you, knowing what I know, and I could speak to the two individuals we have at the elementary, the letter that went home to parents said exactly that. Please don't bring a reminder of yeah. So there's that information that's provided outside as well.
Trustee Walker.
And I think the one thing you said that made a lot of sense out of all this was that, and I 100% probably agree, the parents are providing the food and sending them in with it, because if I'm that parent, it's running through my filters, not the school filters, and I'm going to have my own barriers in place because that makes perfect sense as a parent, and that just passes whatever you want to call it, the smell test big time, because that's exactly what I would do if I was in that position.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Trustee Marks and see if you have questions or comment.
My only comment is I appreciate the discussion. It's really helpful to see where we're at as a district. I have family members who have to carry EpiPen and who potentially could die if they have, and their allergies go far beyond peanuts. But they have, so it's really good because as we, change as a society and our students have more and more food allergies or other allergies, it's helpful to be prepared for that. And I think both of these address it. And my questions were answered in the AR. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other lights, we're looking for a motion to approve Board Policy 5141.27 and AR 5141.27. Motioned by Trustee Newman and seconded by
second.
Trustee Walker. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're on to B25, and this is for Board Policy 5141.3, Health Examinations, and I believe we have also an AR that goes along with this one that we'll be looking at.
Yeah, you guys asked to pull both. BP 5141.3 is not a board policy or administrative regulation we currently have in place. I just want to forewarn, this may stop some of the potential questions. The health examinations that it's referring to are the ones that are required by Ed Code, the ones that we're required to do. So you're going to see references to vision and hearing, et cetera, and I don't know if that's a potential question or concern.
Wait, Mark, could you say that just a little slower because it all garbled together? So just a little slower and I can understand it. Thank
Board
you.
President Marks, I'm known to speak very quickly. I apologize. Well, first off, just so you know, we don't have that policy. I don't know if you caught that, but I would just want to inform the board. I know that the title is health examinations. This board policy and the corresponding administrative regulations is talking to the health examinations that are mandated through education code. So we're talking about the scoliosis screenings. We're talking about vision and hearing. We're not talking about other forms of health examinations, which is part of the reason why I think that maybe that may have been pulled. But either way, This particular BP and AR we do not have. It follows exactly. There were no proposed revisions to the California School Boards Association recommendations. So I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Trustee Walker?
On page one, third paragraph down, why do we not like song leaders?
I apologize. I did X out something only because for the life of us, and Mr. Godot, do we have a song
Have
leader?
them.
We do currently not have song leaders in our school district.
Right.
So when
Nor do we have competitive song leaders in our district.
So if we get them, we'll revisit this.
Yes.
And honestly, if the board said, "Hey, put it back in," for the life of me, Miss Hinkle and I were working on this together, and I think we consulted Mr. Goodell. I don't know what a song leader is.
I don't either. I just thought it was unique that all of a sudden it was crossed out.
That
and I'm
is a somewhat outdated term, but back in the day, I believe song leaders were similar to cheerleaders in respect that you led the crowd in cheers.
I just
or
felt
song.
I just felt somebody should be defending the song leader crew, and I was taking the front row seat there.
We lead in the fight song.
Thank you for being inclusive. Do we have no other lights? So, Trustee Marks?
Yes, so I have a question on, I would like to see if we could add a sentence after the second paragraph that parents will be informed of any results of the health examination. It may be inferred, but it doesn't say that. So if your child came out positive for, let's say, tuberculosis, then, I just believe that they should be informed of whatever the results are, or they're nearsighted or farsighted. It doesn't say that in either one of these statements, how the parents are informed. So do we add that?
Hold on. If in the AR, Board President Marks, did you see, I believe under each one, I'm looking at scoliosis, if they fail hearing, or if they fail vision, they are informed. It actually has a paragraph on it.
Let's see, wait,
I'm looking, I worked backwards. So AR 5141.3C has it's the third paragraph. The parents of any student suspected of having scoliosis shall receive notice. I'll go to the vision.
Right. So it was only on scoliosis. So maybe
hearing also.
No, then it says on the diabetes. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
For some reason I thought that was okay. That sounds good.
Common practice. If they fail,
somehow.
if they fail our tests, then we notify the families.
Okay, and then so then my next questions are on the AR, on the let's see. So the rights of the students and parents. How are we doing that? The principal at each school shall notify parents, guardians of the rights of students and parents and guardians related to health examinations. Is that coming out in the student code of conduct, or?
Yes, that is part of the informational part of the student code of conduct. Yes, that's not the conduct code, but yes, there's a section in there on that very, very topic.
Oh, okay, because I was thinking that was true, but I wanted to just make sure of that. And then I was also asking about the physical examinations, what that entailed, but I believe you answered it in your opening statement. So that's the next paragraph, that they, so if a parent wants to withhold consent to the physical examination by his or her child, and that might be for religious reasons, as was brought up earlier by Mr. Brown, so some parents may wish not to have that done. So that, so my question was about the physical exams. Gotcha. And what does that refer to? No. Because it did not define them as like the eyesight or the hearing or diabetes.
It's talking about the mandated ones that we must perform. A parent could withdraw their consent and say, I don't want my child to participate.
Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, that sounds good. I think that's my only questions I had on those two items. That's all.
Thank you. And seeing no other lights, we're looking for a motion to approve BP 5141.3 and AR 5141.3.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. And that leads us to our last one, B26, and this is BP 5141.3, health examinations. I'm sorry, 5145.11, questioning and apprehensive by law enforcement.
I don't know if we want to turn this one over to Mr. Zierli. I know he's been lonely over there. He usually
Come on,
enjoys
come
the time
on,
to
just
talk.
one for the day.
So, wait, could you tell me what it is again, the number? Please state the number again.
Yes, of course. It's 5145.11, and where is that located?
It's right before the red in my section, so it's in the middle.
It's in the green section,
Oh,
and it's
Last one before the.
just before the red piece of paper.
Okay. 5. Does everyone have it?
Right there, me. Yep.
Okay, and who's doing this one?
It's me. I
it
apologize.
again.
I was trying to be
51
funny. It
wait.
didn't work.
5145.11.
Did you find it? Trustee Marks?
no, I have not found it yet.
So if you look at the first red divider that's titled administrative, I'm sorry, second red divider that's
Okay.
titled administrative regulations, it's the
Correct.
one right before that. 5145.11.
Oh, so it's hiding. Okay, wait a minute. I remember reading it, but found it. Thank you. Great directions. I found it. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Herbst?
All right, BP 5145.11 deals with the questioning and apprehension by law enforcement. This board policy we did not have. We did recommend one change, and it's simply because that's not our process. I mean, we have a different process, and perhaps if the board wants to discuss that, we can. But BP 5145.11 we do not have as a current board policy. This, other than my suggested revision, is in line with California School Boards Association recommendation. I'm here for questions.
Okay. Trustee Walker?
I only have one I wrote on here, and it's very much, it's actually right back to the very first policy we talked about. Assuming it's not an emergency situation, they're logging in and logging out just like any other visitor, so there's a record of law enforcement on the campus. I just want a record,
Yes.
if that makes sense.
Correct.
The only concern I had was that we have a record that they were there so that we're protecting ourselves and the students. If that's squared away, I've got nothing else.
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by board members, including Trustee Marks?
Yeah, and this is on the AR as well, or are we doing that next?
No, we didn't pull the AR for this one, did we?
5144.2?
5145.11.
Oh, okay. All right. No worries. Okay.
5145.
Because it had to do with student expulsions and due process. So I
No.
thought, oh, it must be on the same one. Okay.
Questioning and apprehension by law enforcement. Okay. Trustee Newman?
Just Mr. Herbst, or Mr. Zerly, are you the one on this? I can't remember now.
It's both of us. It's both of us. I feel
Okay.
bad for Tim. Just not. He hasn't really had a chance to talk.
Okay, so why are we deleting the when any law enforcement officer requests an interview with a student? I mean, we can't infringe on that.
No, we really can't. And it's really the semantics of the language. They do sign in, law enforcement, but typically if we're asking for the revision, they come in, they show their badge, they come in their car and they explain what they're doing on a school site, and then they do it. Our record of what they do is the fact that they've signed in just as anybody else. I mean, we keep a record of it that way, but that paragraph is not our current policy. We don't ask the scope and any of the other language that was in there.
Okay, so what we don't like about it is that the principal asks for the officer's identity, his official capacity, and the legal authority under which the interview is to be conducted. Is that the part we found?
Correct.
Okay. Because it sounds like we're doing the top part. When any law enforcement officer requests an interview with a student, the principal or the designee, we should allow it. And then the principal shall maintain a record of it. So you're saying we do that. I don't see it anywhere else in the policy, but you don't like that other part of it. So I'm wondering whether we've deleted a little bit too much there, is what I'm thinking.
And that would be, if we want to just adjust that, because that's not our, then that would be a fine recommendation.
Okay, because I'm kind of thinking just because, law enforcement includes CPS. CPS needs to come onto our campuses to talk to a student because that student's safety might be in jeopardy. So I don't want anything in our policy to infringe on law enforcement keeping our students safe. So I'd like a sentence in there that can come in there. So when any law enforcement officer requests an interview with a student, the principal or designee shall maintain a record of all documentation relative to that law enforcement interview of students. I think that we just delete the rest.
So something along the line of when any law enforcement officer requests an interview with a student, the principal or designee shall request the officer's identity, and they do that. Or
We don't need to, I mean, I guess, yeah, we request the officer's identity. Okay, that would be fine, but I don't think we need to know their official capacity. That's
correct. So then
and
the
and their
principal or
legal
designee-
authority. That what does that mean? We don't need a court order. I mean, so like that's not it. But we also need to maintain a record of it.
So if we deleted the his or her official capacity and the legal authority, I think the principal or designee shall maintain a record. We do maintain records of law enforcement on our campus.
So it's two sentences ending with identity in the first sentence, and then the last sentence is retained.
Correct. I could do. I would be.
Yeah, I think that reflects more of what you're saying when you answer the question to John, and I don't want to look like we're infringing on this.
I think Trustee Brown was next.
Yeah, I've got a historical question, and this has to do with an event that happened many years ago, so we may not have this practice anymore. But when a student becomes an informer, do we have anything that we have that student sign that says that he or she will remain anonymous?
No, I'm not aware. No,
I do not believe that there is an expectation of privacy in that regard. So that is something that is generally discussed, that, you know, by providing information that, you know, typically, for example, when we go to expulsion, we will generally white out students' names or put in student A or student B. But when it comes to a legal proceeding, generally those identities are revealed through that process.
So
They have a
let me
right
tell
to
you
see their accuser.
what this is actually about. My son, many years ago, identified another student on campus with a weapon, and he was promised protection by the school that his name would never be divulged for his safety as the one who informed. However, the school had the responsibility to share that with law enforcement, and he was called as a witness in court, and the school district had promised his protection, and it was violated.
They shouldn't have.
So I want to make sure we're not doing anything that suggests protection that we cannot provide.
So, for example, when we conduct investigations involving students or student witnesses at school sites, generally there's a witness statement form in which the student would sign. There's some language on the back there. You know, we'll do our best to provide, but does not state that they have a right to privacy or to not being identified. There's no language, so that would have been inappropriate for a school site to communicate that to your student or yourself, because that is not entirely factual.
Yeah, or correct me if I'm wrong, the privacy would probably be more educationally what happens within the school itself. As soon as law enforcement got involved, there would be, we could not control that entity, so to speak, in terms of the privacy.
That's what we always did. We would protect the privacy. If it was a small, minor thing, we would protect that student. But when it went to law enforcement or any kind of expulsion hearings, then we could no longer keep that name confidential. So, okay. Trustee Lopez?
Yes, in that part that was crossed out, is this, it mentions questioning and apprehension, but what about search? Like, would we need to ask for a warrant at that point if that's if that's what they were looking for? Maybe it's something that's out of that didn't happen in our school grounds, but happened outside.
Which section? I'm sorry, Brad. Do you have an
paragraph?
answer?
The crossed out one, because I know that it was like we were not asking his official capacity or legal authority under which the interview will be conducted, but which should we be asking if they want to search?
So
their locker, backpack, students' possession.
So my understanding, generally speaking, law enforcement is still bound by their rules, their laws around search and seizure. A school district, we are not at that same standard. So, for example, and I'm trying to come up with the term in my head.
Reasonable suspicion?
Well, that's the
Probable cause.
probable cause on the law
reasonable
enforcement
suspicion.
side, reasonable suspension on the educator side. So generally speaking, if we have reasonable suspicion, they might have something in their locker, then the school can go search the locker, but the police officer could not because they need to have probable cause. So depending, on the grades of that, that's generally how that plays out.
What I can also say is if law enforcement come into the school and ask for a particular child from then on, we don't have any authority. They absolutely have the right to do what they're going to do under the bounds of their laws. Again, not knowing exactly what their laws are, but we can't question and we can't call the parent if they say, please don't call that parent. So it really is, they usurp all of our authority once they walk in and call out that child.
Trustee Walker?
Okay, this is our last one. We're at the finish line. Is my assumption that all of these will come back on consent at the next regular board meeting?
Yes.
Okay, then the follow-up question. No,
Not
we're
yet.
almost to it, but when we're done with this, we're going to adjourn. Okay,
And I have a few things to say too.
okay, then I'll come back, because I just wanted that, and then I had one more follow-up question before we ran out the door.
I want to make sure
There
that
may
we
also be an AR that I think that there may be two ARs or an AR out there that was supposed to get pulled for discussion.
still for this session?
Not for this particular item, but I believe one of the other ones out there, I believe Trustee Mark said expulsion, suspension and expulsion is the
Okay,
one.
I didn't have it on my list, so we can look at that. I want to make sure everyone has said what they need to say on this particular item before we pass it. So Trustee Marks, are you good on this item? Did we lose you? You're on mute?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I'm good.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to pass BP 5145.11. With the revisions suggested. Do we
moved.
have a move by Trustee Walker, Trustee Newman seconds. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. And now we should probably go to was there just one more AR that we didn't catch, or?
Board President Marks, did you ask to pull off, maybe I heard it wrong, 5144.2 AR?
Yes,
Okay, I
yes,
thought you
that's
did.
correct.
Is that the only thing we're looking at right now?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to that, 5144.2. And where is that one?
It's going to be in your consent, obviously.
Before the green section,
It's before the green section.
like halfway between the red and the green section.
Let's say the number again. 51.
5144.2.
5144.2.
In between the first red and green, right in here.
Yes, yes.
51442.
442. I'm still looking, but go ahead. You can ask your question.
I always feel much more
Okay.
comfortable when we're in my wheelhouse.
So it has to do with it has to do with page D, like in Daniel.
Okay.
So it's the paragraph starting with if the parent or guardian, and then in the middle of that paragraph it says under 34, he or she may appeal the decision by requesting a hearing. So my question is, and then it refers to a hearing officer two more down when it says it's the student's parent or guardian, or that paragraph, it talks about a hearing officer about, and that third line of that one. So my question is who are they, because if we're enforcing this for the parents, who are they requesting a hearing of?
Through the Office of Administrative Hearings. This whole administrative regulation pertains to students with disabilities and the protection that they would have if they disagree with a manifestation determination and a district's desire to move forward with discipline on a student with disability. Their recourse would be to file for a due process hearing through the Office of Administrative Hearings.
So could we add that? Because I don't know, and maybe the staff would know that, but if they were going to inform a parent, at least it's in the AR, that it's requesting a hearing with the due process officer, because I thought it would have been with the superintendent. If I were a parent and I pulled this out and read that, that's who I thought it would be, but I don't know because it doesn't clarify it at all.
The one thing that I would want to just point out is at any manifestation determination, that's also a time that a parent is required to be given a copy of their procedural safeguards and parents' rights. In those parents' rights spells out exactly who the entity is, the telephone number, et cetera. So I mean that would be it's duplicate. If I understand what you're saying, I would assume that a parent who would be unhappy would go directly to those procedural safeguards and not our administrative regulation on that, and that has all the information.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that it was well understood and the parents could be informed, because that's not helpful if you don't know the rules, and this is the rules that they had easy access to on the internet.
Sure.
So, okay.
Thank you.
I'll be all right with that as long as we have it written in a place that the parents have the ability to know that and are informed.
We do.
Was there any other discussion for AR 5144.2? Do we need to have a motion to approve this then, since we've pulled it from consent? Yeah. So I'm looking for a motion to approve AR 5144.2.
So moved.
I'll move approval.
Moved by Trustee Marks and seconded by
I'll second
Trustee
it.
Walker. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. And were there any other ARs that we missed that needed to be pulled?
I think that's all.
Okay, so before we adjourn, questions or comments? So Trustee Brown?
Yeah, I haven't been tracking, but are there any items that are in our binder that didn't get addressed?
They all got addressed.
Okay.
Thank you. And Dr. Noguchi?
I just want to say just a few things. First off, I want to thank all of you for your commitment on updating the board policies. I know this was a heavy lift for then President Walker and his desire to get these up to speed. We had hundreds of them, and it does take a lot. And so I really do appreciate your willingness to come in on these 3 Saturdays. So thank you for that. Also, I want you all to enjoy your holiday. We're going to be closing down for a bit, and enjoy your holiday. And I will see you back here January 11th, and you have your next binder. Sorry. But you have your next binder, which is in front of you. And now that I figured out how to find all the different board policies, I think we'll just keep with this particular structure because I now know how to navigate it.
Should we take these out and put these in, or just
If you want to take them out, you're welcome to take them out. If you want to keep them in, it's entirely up to you. But we will take care of those if you want to just leave them here. Antoinette will take care of those for you.
Okay.
And can you tell me when I can pick up mine, because I am not there to pick mine up?
It's right here. So come by, Antoinette, at any time.
And we have one.
Okay, but are they open after the week of Christmas? Or do I have to wait till after Christmas break?
You know what? We'll mail this. We will mail this to you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I will text her which address to mail it to because it won't fit in my mailbox. So then the other thing is, I just wanted to thank our Vice President West for doing this meeting. I know it was a lot, and so I just appreciate you walking through all this, because you did a great job. Bravo.
Yeah, I agree.
As long as you're enjoying Hawaii.
Yes, I am. Well, I will now.
Thank you. And one last question or comment from Trustee Walker?
Correct. And I'm not trying to overwork anybody, but I do have a question that's sort of on these board policy and AR updates over time. Can y'all let us know when the website is up to date? Because I am occasionally going back to the website to look at where we're at, and there is a significant gap between when we pass and when they're uploaded. And I am not trying to overwork Becky, I promise you. But it would be nice to know when we're caught up on that site as well, so that I stop relying on hard copies and agendas, because there's a lag there. And I know it's a ton of work. I do. But it would be nice to know when we're back to even, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. So moved. Moved by Trustee Walker and seconded by Trustee Irvin. Have a great Christmas. Aye. Anyone opposed? Aye. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Trustee Marks. Appreciate it.